Morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We are ready to go on the record, but before we do so, I would like to ask Ms. Clanton to lead us in prayer.
Bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for such a beautiful day after a vicious storm last night. Lord, lead, guide, and direct us to make good, wise decisions that honor you today. God bless everyone that's here and everybody have an open mind. Lord, thank you for this beautiful day again. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. At this time, I would like each board member to introduce themselves, starting at my left.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And at this time, I would like to introduce our Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Kristen Love.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. Let's identify that matter. Which will be first on the docket, Ms. Sauceman?
It will be Patricia Poitras.
All right, so again, good morning, Ms. Poitras.
Good morning.
My role during the course of this proceeding as hearing officer would be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The members of this hearing panel have just introduced themselves for the record. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And the licensee, Ms. Poitras, you are present.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you state your name for the record?
Patricia Poitras.
And Ms. Poitras, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding all of this, and the charges pending against you, would you like to proceed today with this hearing without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. Please state your name.
Tawanda Jones.
And Ms. Poitras, will you give testimony on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
So the court reporter at this time will swear you both in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Your Honor, we would request entry of proposed board exhibits into evidence B1 through B21, and I believe Mrs. Poitras has a copy of those as well. We would additionally request those exhibits be sealed to protect health information.
Ms. Poitras, do you have any objection to the admission of these exhibits into today's record?
I'm not sure that I understand, actually.
So you've reviewed the exhibits that the board would like to have, board counsel would like to have introduced into the record, and do you have any objection?
No,
Mhm.
Any objection to those records being admitted under seal?
Ma'am. No, ma'am.
So the exhibits are admitted into today's record under seal. All right, we will proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements from each side. Hear arguments, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, have closing statements. If board counsel is ready to begin, you may begin now with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today for a disciplinary hearing before the board panel related to the nursing license of Patricia Poitras, who was first licensed as an RN in Mississippi in 2008. Today, you will hear testimony that Mrs. Poitras has been charged with violations of the nursing practice law related to her behavior and subsequent refusal to submit to a drug screen while employed for Alliance Healthcare. Thank you.
Ms. Poitras, you can give an opening statement now, which is just a brief overview of the evidence you plan to submit when you put on your main case.
I refused to submit the drug screen that particular day because that was one of many drug screens that they asked that I do, and I did, and I passed. I had even spoken with the DON and Cherie Johnson, which was head of HR at the time, with a complaint of rumors and hearsay and that type of thing that was affecting my job and my coworkers, I suppose. That particular day, I had had enough. I had submitted, like I said, multiple drug screens at their request with passing all of them, and I had just had enough of that, I guess.
You. All right, Ms. Osmond, if you're ready to begin, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Tawanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
Tawanda Jones, place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing, county of residency, Rankin County,
And what position do you hold with the Board of Nursing?
investigator,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that have resulted in the discipline of licensees under this board's jurisdiction?
I have.
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
It is.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2 and identify that document. It's on page 3.
B2 is nursing information for the respondent.
If you would, please tell us what address is listed for respondent here.
The address listed for the respondent is 383 Briarwood Road, Lot 45, Meridian, Mississippi.
And per the rules of the board, is it the duty of the licensee to keep their mailing address current with the board?
It is.
If you would turn to Exhibit B3 on page 5 and identify that document, please.
B5 is a licensure verification for a registered nurse,
And what's the name of that nurse?
Patricia Portress,
And what's the license number for Mrs. Poitras?
879967.
And the license type,
Is a registered nurse,
status,
active.
and what was the license issue date?
License issue date was June 24th, 2008.
And what is the expiration of this license? number?
The expiration date is December 31st, 2024.
If you would, please turn to pages 7 through 9, Exhibit B5, and identify what you see on page 7.
Page 7 is the notice of hearing.
And what date does this notice give to Mrs. Poitras that the hearing in this matter was going to occur?
June 4th, 2024.
And is that today?
Yes,
And is in fact Mrs. Poitras here today?
yes.
If you would, please look at exhibit pages 10 and 11. And that's still within B5. And what are these documents?
Page 10 is a certified return receipt for certified mail. Page 11 is a USPS tracking report for the certified mail that was sent to the respondent.
Let's turn back to page 8 and identify that document, please.
Page 8 is a complaint,
Who's the respondent listed on this complaint?
Patricia Portress.
And if you would please tell the panel what charges are listed against Mrs. Poitras in this complaint.
Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance as evident by impairment while on duty, while using authorized or unauthorized medication. Charge 4 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance as evident by refusal to submit to drug screen in violation of Mississippi 30, violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2 F4.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in this complaint to support those charges.
The additional facts are on or about October 23rd, while employed as an RN for Alliance Healthcare, the respondent was asked to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen after it was reported that she apparently was impaired and had slurred speech, slow speech, and drowsy. The respondent refused to submit to the drug screen and voluntarily resigned. The respondent's statement to the board related to the alleged event, the respondent admitted, excuse me, that on Monday, October 23rd, 2023, I refused to take the drug screen because I told Leanne that I would be positive for marijuana because I had smoked a joint.
And if you would, look on page 9, what date was this complaint filed?
The complaint was filed on February 21st, 2024.
And after receiving information related to this event, what did you do as an investigator with the board to investigate this allegation?
After receiving the complaint or the allegation, I requested documents from the facility, and then I reviewed those documents and I made a formal report.
And if you would, please turn to Exhibit B7, that's on page 13, and identify that document, please.
B7 is a timesheet for the respondent.
Could you tell me what time she worked on Monday, 10/23/23?
10/23/23, she was clocked in at 6:45 a.m.
Okay, so she worked on that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And let's turn to page 14, which is Exhibit B8, and identify that document, please.
Exhibit B8 is a drug and alcohol policy reasonable suspicion observation checklist.
And when was this checklist completed that's on page 14?
The checklist was completed on 10/23/23.
By who? Who is the observer?
Bailey Matlock, RN,
Okay, and who is the employee that she observed?
Ms. Portress.
If you would, please tell us what this observation checklist, what was noted on this by Mrs. Matlock.
Under walking and standing, it says normal gait, movement, slow, speech, slow and slurred, demeanor, drowsy and yawning, action, no abnormal behavior, eyes, glassy, appearance, normal, odor, behavior not observed.
And what was the asterisk?
The asterisk indicated what this person noted about the respondent.
Which was what?
Her thoughts that she seemed to be spacey and unorganized.
And if you would, please turn to 15 and identify that document as well.
This document is a drug and alcohol policy reasonable suspicion observation list.
And who completed, what was the observer listed on this?
Kim Hales,
And what was the date of the observation?
October 23rd, 2023.
Related to what employee?
Patricia Portress.
And if you would, could you tell us what Kim said in relation to what she observed as noted on this report?
Under walking, standing, unsteady gait, under movement, it was slow, under speech, it was slurred, slow, rambled, and under demeanor, drowsy, yawning, under action, confused, eyes, glassy, closed or partially closed, and droopy, appearance, a blank stare, odor, behavior not observed.
Thank you. Now, if you would, please turn to page 17. I believe that's exhibit, I'm sorry. Page 16, exhibit B9. And is this the same person that just completed that checklist you just described?
Yes,
Did she also provide a statement?
she did.
Did she sign that statement?
Yes, the statement is signed.
And what date was this statement done?
10/23/2023.
And could you tell the panel what that statement reads?
It says, I, Kim Hales, received a report that Patricia Portress, RN, was acting strange and appeared to be under the influence. When I arrived on the unit, Patricia was sitting at the computer. She was having difficulty staying on task. Her eyes kept on drooping and her eye pupils were pinpoint. I then escorted her to the CNO office.
And if you would, please look at exhibit B10 on page 17. And what is this document?
Exhibit B10 is a statement from Bailey Matlock.
And is that the same individual that completed the observation checklist on page 14?
It is.
And if you would, please tell us did Ms. Matlock sign this statement?
She signed her statement, yes.
Could you tell us the date of this statement?
The date of this statement is 10/24/2023.
And could you tell us what Ms. Matlock provided in this statement?
On this statement, Ms. Matlock says, on 10/23/2023, I went to the unit to place a TB skin test on a patient. While talking to Trish Portress, the RN on the unit, I noticed she was very heavy-eyed and droopy, almost sedated-like. Her eyes were glassy and slightly red. She could barely keep her eyes open during the conversation, and her speech was slow. I was concerned and it made me uncomfortable considering she was taking care of patients. After leaving the unit, I reported this to her supervisor.
You would please turn to page 12, which is exhibit B6. So we're gonna go back just a little bit. If you would, just tell us what the dates of employment are for Mrs. Poitras.
The dates of employment are October 12th, 2020 through October 24th, 2023.
And is B6 the facility report?
Yes.
If you would, please tell us what that facility report states.
On October 23rd, 2023, it was reported that Patricia Poitras appeared to be impaired on the unit. 2 staff members witnessed the behavior, and then she was brought down to meet with the CNO, Leanne Posey. RN was contacted so that we could send her to have a drug screen. Before we could set up, Patricia Poitras stated she was refusing the drug screen. Patricia was informed that if she refused the drug screen, then it would be considered a voluntary resignation and it would have to be reported to the Board of Nursing. She stated that she was refusing the drug screen.
Is recreational marijuana legal in Mississippi?
No.
And did the respondent provide you with a statement during your investigation?
She did.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as exhibit B11, and that's on page 18, and identify that document, please.
Exhibit B11 is an email from the respondent to me.
And what does it state? I'm sorry, what's the date of the email?
The date of the email is November 17th, 2023.
And what did Mrs. Poitras tell you in that email?
On Monday, October 23rd, 2023, I refused to take a drug screen because I told Leanne that it would be positive for marijuana because I had smoked a joint, and she said that I would be terminated. So I gave her my badge and keys. This was the one of so many drug screens that have requested of me to take. And I have taken and passed every single one. I had enough of every time I turned being called for drug screen. It had gotten ridiculous. I did make a formal complaint to the UHS corporate compliance.
And if you would, on page 19, which has been marked as exhibit B12, could you identify that document, please?
This is a B12 is a letter to Ms. Poitras indicating that because of her refusal, she was being terminated.
And what's the date of that letter?
October 27th, 2023.
And if you would please turn to B13, which is on page 20, and identify that document, pages 20 through 27. And identify what this document is, please.
B13, page 20 is a employee corrective action form.
And are these the corrective action forms for the time that she was working for Alliance?
Yes.
Let's just kind of walk through this. Let's start at page 20. What was the corrective action for? Tell us the date of that corrective action and what it was for.
The date of the correction action was August 22nd, 2023. The incident was on On August 20th, 2023, the employee was reported being off of the unit multiple times for long periods of time. This is a direct violation of work rule number 16, unsatisfactory job performance.
And then if you would look at page 21 for the same employee, Mrs. Poythress, could you tell us, just summarize what the corrective action was for here and the date?
This date is dated, the corrective action form is dated August 17th, 2023. And as a summary, it says is that employee has 13 occurrence of which is in direct violation of HR policy, HR 0.045.
And then if you look at page 23 for the same employee, could you tell us the date and what the corrective action was for at this time?
On page 23, it's dated 5/12/2022. Employee has accumulated 11 occurrence of attendance. This is in direct violation of policy HR 0.045.
And then on page 24, could you tell us the date and what the corrective action was for at that time?
On page 24, it's dated 2/25/2022. And the summary is during senior rounds, it was noted that employee was watching a movie on the hospital computer and also on her cell phone, which is in direct violation of HR 0.018 and HR 011.
Now, if you would turn to page 25 and identify what this document is and the date, please.
This document is a statement that Patricia Poythress gave to the facility.
And when did she do that? What date?
The date of this document is March 14th, 2023.
And I'm not going to make you read all of this, but can you just summarize what that incident specifically involved?
This incident involved a patient that was admitted to the facility and she brought her home meds with her. And Ms. Poythress is saying that she was out of control. So she gave her one of the controlled substance from the home meds and did not document. And then the bag was not sealed for home medications until after the fact.
Did she have an order to give that medication?
She did not have an order to give that medication.
And so did she receive a letter of concern from the board based on this incident recently?
Yes, she received a letter of concern from the Board of Nursing.
You would turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B20, and that's on page 54, and identify that document, please.
Okay, page 54 is the letter of concern from the Mississippi Board of Nursing to the respondent.
And what's the date of this letter of concern?
The date of the letter of concern is June 5th, 2023.
And if you would, just tell us what that first paragraph indicates, please.
It's saying that this letter is being issued because of information that was turned over to the board regarding the incident of the controlled home medication that was given to the patient without a physician's order.
And if you would, please read that last paragraph of the letter.
This action serves to strongly caution you that your actions were in violation of Mississippi nursing practice law. Letter of concern from the board are non-disciplinary and non-reportable without further violation of the nurse practice law or other significant cause within 5 years of issuance of this letter of concern. This record will be destroyed. And then there's the Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-31-3.
So this letter of concern was issued in June of 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the incident we're here on today occurred when?
In October.
October of 23, just 4 months later?
Yes.
Now, does Mrs. Poythress have a disciplinary history with the board?
She does.
You would turn to page Exhibit B16, and that's on page 40. 40. If you would identify that document for the panel, please.
B16 is a final order for the respondent.
Now, we're not going to go through that order, but if you would turn over to page 45 and identify that document, please.
Page 45 is a motion to set aside the final order.
And was that, if you look at page 44, was that indeed granted by the board panel at the time?
It was granted.
And then if you would turn to page 47, which is marked as Exhibit B18, and identify what that document is.
Page 47 is a final board order.
So after that final order was set aside, did Mrs. Poythress enter into an agreed settlement with this board?
She did.
And if you would look at page 51, tell us what the date of that ASP is, please. Or that agreed settlement.
The date for the agreed settlement proposal is September 7th, 2021.
And if you go back to paragraph 1, could you tell us, I'm sorry, paragraph 2, tell us what the substance was of that particular agreed settlement? It's on page 48, I'm sorry.
Paragraph 1
Yes,
states that the respondent agrees to offer no defense to, and that the sufficient evidence exists to constitute a violation of Mississippi Code annotated section 73-1521-1C, and that the respondent negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the licensee's care.
and in paragraph 2, what did she admit to actually doing at that time?
While working at the University of Mississippi Medical Center on or about June 28th, 2020, and June 29th, 2020, the respondent failed to perform assessments, collect lab work, and had incomplete nursing care documentations on patients during the respondent's shift. In her written statement to the facility dated 7/13/2020, in which the respondent resigns her employment, the respondent admitted that she missed a lot of things, stat labs, heparin adjustments, as well as failing to document anything on one or more patients. Medications were pulled and not documented as they were given.
And in this final order, was she ordered to, she was reprimanded, fined education classes, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on page 9, I'm sorry, page 53, exhibit B19, what is this document?
Page 53B19 is a letter of fulfillment for the respondent dated March 15th, 2020.
So she did complete the terms of her agreed settlement that was ordered in September of 2021, correct?
She did.
Okay, so just to summarize today, Mrs. Poythress has a board order from September of 2021 where she admitted to failing to document medications that were pulled for patients, correct?
Yes.
And then she was issued a letter of concern by the board in June of 2023 related to giving home meds without an order, without documentation. And then those meds were found, some of the home meds were found missing when that patient was discharged. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And today she is here because she was observed at work in a manner that warranted the request of a reasonable drug screen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But she refused that drug screen.
That's correct.
And why did she refuse the drug screen?
She refused the drug screen because she told the person that she knew she would be positive for marijuana because she smoked a joint.
And if you would turn to exhibit B21, which is on page 55, and identify what that document is, please.
B21 is a PMP for the respondent.
Can you tell us what a PMP is?
PMP is a document that records all controlled drugs that are prescribed to an individual.
And does Mrs. Poythress have a certification for medical marijuana listed on her PMP?
No, she does not.
No further questions.
And Ms. Poythress, at this time, if you have any questions for Ms. Jones, if you want to cross-examine her now, we can do that.
I don't think so.
And any questions for Ms. Jones?
I do, Ms. Jones. Did the facility provide you with any of the did the facility provide you with any of the drug tests, prior drug tests that they gave her?
No, no.
I'm sorry.
Questions from Ms. Poythress or the board, so at this time.
Thank you. The board rests, Your Honor.
So now, Ms. Porthos, you can put on your case.
As far as those medicines the medicines never went missing. I did give the girl one of her home medications, but me and Megan was a coworker of mine. The nurse practitioner, or not, yeah, nurse practitioner Ray was at the facility, and I didn't ask her myself, Megan did, but we let her know that we gave her one of her home medications. She was crying, very, very scared. And it was the children's adolescent unit at a psych facility is what Alliance is. So we did go ahead and give her one of her home medications, and we did notify Ray of that. Now, as far as counting that medication, that was done the next day, was my understanding, not that particular day. And I didn't work that day because it was another nurse and Megan's signature, not mine.
Anything else you want to?
I don't think so, other than, like I said, I did provide them several drug screens that were negative at their request.
At this time, board council may have some questions for you, and then the members of the hearing panel may have some questions.
Okay.
Ms. Poitras, where do you currently work?
I work at Bedford in Marion, Mississippi.
How long have you worked there
I started there, my hire date was March 28th.
of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work before that?
At Alliant, I worked for the Oaks for a very brief time. I wasn't even out of my orientation before I left there.
What
It was-
happened at the Oaks?
I did not like that facility at all. I didn't feel like I was trained properly. I didn't feel like it was safe, so I didn't stay. I was still in my probationary period at that point.
How long were you there?
A month maybe.
Where is the Oaks located?
It's in Meridian, Mississippi.
And if you would tell the board your educational background.
I graduated high school in Quitman, and I went to MCC, graduated in 2008.
Have you had, other than what we discussed today, in 2021, the letter of concern, and then the current matter that we're here, have you had any other disciplinary actions with this board?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other jurisdictions other than Mississippi?
No, ma'am.
Have you served as a travel nurse recently?
Not recently, no, ma'am.
The last time you were a
In
travel nurse?
2017.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any type of substance abuse disorder?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a substance abuse problem?
No, ma'am.
When did you start smoking marijuana?
I have occasionally over the years, I suppose. I guess it really began whenever, or I guess I did it in high school, and then to alleviate stress occasionally after a child custody hearing and an abusive relationship recently, which was in when all this had happened, October.
Do you have a medical marijuana certification?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So that's a recreational marijuana that you partake in.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever attended any type of drug treatment program?
I'm sorry.
Any type of drug treatment program?
No, ma'am, I haven't.
Counseling?
No, ma'am.
Anger
Like drug
management?
counseling, you mean?
Drug counseling?
No, ma'am.
Tell us the circumstances that happened on October the 23rd, 2023.
I had gone to my lunch break that day, and as soon as I had come back, I had been crying and was very upset. I had just learned that my custody hearing case had been postponed for the fourth or fifth time at this point. It had gone on for over a year at this time. So I was upset. And like I said, I had a relationship that became abusive, and he's still in jail actually at this time. But I got overwhelmed, and I was crying at work and was upset. But when I returned from lunch, Bailey got to the unit, and I was in the med room, and I passed her the TB because she came to the unit to do a TB skin test for one of our patients for discharge. They had to have a TB skin test placed prior to putting them into another facility. So that was the interaction that her and I had. After that, Kim came to the unit and took me down to Leanne's office.
And why did you not submit to the drug screen that day?
Like I said, I had had enough of being asked to submit all these drug screens. I made a poor choice by deciding not to do so. And I was upset and overwhelmed with everything else going on, and I quit.
And I believe in your statements, you said that you didn't do the drug screen because you had smoked marijuana previously, or you'd used marijuana previously.
And I told her that, and I have told her that on other drug screens, which her response back to me was, well, we don't care about that. We don't care about marijuana. We wouldn't have anybody employed if we. So that was a one that was overlooked. And when I asked her that particular day, if I take it and I fail, what is going to happen? And she told me that I would be terminated, which was different from previous statements that she's made in regards to taking a drug screen.
Did you test positive for marijuana in your previous drug screen?
I had.
And they kept you employed at that facility?
Yes, ma'am.
So they told you that they typically overlook drug screens?
For
marijuana.
marijuana. Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'll be 38 on the 10th. It's 37.
And you began using marijuana in high school?
I did in high school, and I didn't for several years. I mean, long time after, not until, like I said, recently, I had just gotten overwhelmed, and that's how I
What other substances do you use when you feel overwhelmed?
have occasional glass of wine.
Wine, marijuana, what else?
That's it.
But you admit today that you refused to submit to the drug screen because you knew it would test positive?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, that was part of the reason. She told me I'd be terminated when I told her that I would fail for that.
Even though it's your testimony that you've submitted multiple drug screens and tested positive before without worry?
Yes.
No further questions?
Wait, Tracy, this time, the members of the board hearing panel may have some questions.
Approximately how many drug screens have you taken at that facility?
Oh, it was 3 years. I would say between 10 and 15. It was several.
Did you bring any of those?
I did not. I could request them they were all from the same place.
And you said you had tested positive before?
Mm-hmm.
No action was taken against you?
No, ma'am.
Do you realize that is illegal? Marijuana is illegal without a prescription, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like someone taking care of you that had been smoking?
No, ma'am.
So you were with Alliance for a total of 3 years, you said that time?
Ma'am.
Okay, and so you said that you were tested approximately 10 to 15 times. What prompted all of those times? Like, was there suspicious behavior or?
I really, several of, I guess so. A lot of them were for suspicious behaviors. A handful of the times, like with the medication, that home medicine, all of the nurses that worked the unit were sent for drug screen that particular time. And I think that happened 1 to 3 times, as far as if anything is a discrepancy on the unit or with medications, and there's no clear cause or what have you, everybody goes for a drug screen. So that would be another reason. And of course, upon hire. But like I had said, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I had said, that there was a lot of, it was a place with a lot of rumors back and forth. And I had made several complaints to Cherie about that, and to Leanne about that, and even Jay, who was the CEO, about that issue.
So what would be your plan to like handle stressors in the future? Like when you get stressed out, I know you were dealing with custody issues.
Mm.
What would be your plan for how to handle your stress going forward?
I still see Tina, and we do talk therapy. She's my psych nurse practitioner. I have started back doing my yoga again. walking with my daughter, something we like to do around Bonita Lakes. My dad's a great support for me, talking with him. It's very good support. I'm willing to do anything that is necessary to prove that I will not make that mistake again.
Any additional questions? Any final follow-up for you, Ms. Porthers?
No, ma'am.
Y'all are ready to begin now with closing statements. We can start with Ms. Sauce.
Thank you. In 2021, Mrs. Poitras admitted that she was pulling meds and not documenting those pulls as they were administered to the patients. In 2023, in June of 2023, she received a letter of concern from this board, which was non-disciplinary. After it was reported that she had been giving home medications to a patient without an order, without documentation, and then some of that Klonopin was discovered missing when the patient was discharged. Now here we are on another matter, a third matter, where she's demonstrated slurred speech, unsteady gait, disorganization while working as a nurse. This is documented. You reviewed multiple statements today given by coworkers related to her spaciness on that particular day. Then upon being asked to submit to reasonable cause drug screen, she didn't just say no. She explained that she refused that screen because she knew she would test positive for marijuana, which is currently illegal in Mississippi unless you have a certification for medical marijuana. The panel heard today that she does not have medical marijuana certification. Today, she testified that she tested positive for marijuana on multiple drug screens while in Alliance over the past 3 years.
Not multiple, I'm sorry, but one I know of.
She's tested positive previously for marijuana while at working for Alliance. This panel additionally heard testimony related to her excessive absences on the job, both in 2022 and 2023. This board heard that she has not sought out any type of drug treatment and that she has been smoking marijuana at least since high school, on and off. This board is charged with protection of the public. Mrs. Poitras has been given opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to demonstrate that she can safely perform as a nurse. She cannot. This is her third strike with this board, and I hope that the board has clearly and convincingly seen through the testimony today that she is unsafe to practice nursing, at least not without monitoring. She has clearly and consistently failed to meet the generally accepted standards of nursing practice and acts in a manner that is inconsistent with the health of the persons that are under her care. I'm sure none of you would want an impaired nurse taking care of somebody that you love, nor does the general public. As such, I would respectfully request the board take appropriate disciplinary action as is allowed under 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Porthers, now's your opportunity to give your closing statement.
Just like I said, I will do whatever I need to do for however long I need to do it to prove that I can be safe and continue to give care to patients.
At this time, I will conclude the hearing in case number 2023-1028 involving the licensee Ms. Patricia Poitras, license number R-879967. I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-1028. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this.
I'll make that motion. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session and will return with the decision of this matter. board's decision in case number 2023-1028. The board finds the licensee, Ms. Patricia Poythress, guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is a suspended license. The suspension will be lifted after compliance with certain preconditions. You'll have 90 days to complete those preconditions. Once those preconditions are satisfactorily completed, then the suspension will be lifted and you will get a restricted license. The restrictions be imposed for a minimum of 48 months. They vary. The present and future employer notifications, quarterly report, single state license, employer reports, indirect supervision, maximum hours. There will be prohibited areas of practice, so certain areas you won't be allowed to practice in while your license is restricted for this minimum 48-month period. And I stress the minimum on the 48 months because that number could be greater depending on the assessor's evaluation. So one of the preconditions prior to your license being eligible for, prior to the suspension being eligible to be lifted, you have to get a chemical dependency evaluation, and depending on the results of that evaluation will sort of guide whether or not that minimum 48 months will be 48 months or if it'll be greater based off of the assessor's recommendation. But all of this will be provided to you in an order, a detailed order that you will receive in the mail. Any questions?
So so today, it's suspended, you said, for 90 days. I need to report that back to my
Well,
employer, or do I wait for that final order? How does that work?
the final order is, this order will be effective 30 days after the executive director signs it.
Okay,
Once you receive the signed final order,
okay,
30 days after that, the order is effective, meaning that your license.
it's suspended. Okay,
So,
for the 90 days. Is that right?
yep.
To complete
Mhm.
what you set forth in the order. And then the 48, maybe longer, depending on. And the chemical dependency, is that something somewhere specific, or is that of my choosing, or
Yeah, yeah, but the one that you choose must be a board approved assessor. So one of the requirements under the order is that you meet with a compliance officer here with the board.
okay,
So those kind of nuances you can discuss then.
okay,
But yeah, you're thinking about it absolutely right, because after today, there's an appeal period where you can appeal this. So that's why this order is not this type of, your particular order is not immediately effective.
so I'm not breaking any rules if I go back to work until I get this order effective and signed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the order is not
Oh, I just want to be sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
There's no action to the final order is issued.
Okay, okay. I just want to be sure. When you say there's an appeal period, that's the 30 days, and at that point, if I decided I can get if I'm just asking questions, an attorney, or what, is that what would happen or could happen in that time frame?
and
Okay,
that's why this order is not that's why it's not immediately effective, just because you do have an appeal right,
okay,
just 30 days. But if you don't appeal and the order is then put in force, it's the active order against you, then that's when your ticklers start related to the 90 days to get the suspension lifted, and then the 48 months.
okay, okay.
And lastly, just for the record, for the court reporter, I want to announce that the board's decision, the hearing panel's decision was unanimous. So all members of the hearing panel voted in favor of the finding of guilt on all charges and the penalty imposed. Any other questions?
I don't think so. If I happen to have any questions before I get a final order, is there someone specific I would contact?
Yeah, now, okay, so the practicalities of the compliance officer, I don't really know if they have one here or if they have more than one and then they're assigned.
I might be able to assist.
Okay.
One of the compliance case managers, Rebecca Martin, is here and she can answer the questions for you
Okay.
when the hearing's over. She will talk to you
Okay.
outside, answer all those questions that you have,
Okay.
explain the process.
Okay. Is this, I give this back? This is my, okay. All right.
Any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-1028. Next matter on the docket is case number 2021-0626 involving licensee Ms. Sadrea Brown, license number R-924077. Morning, I am Kristen Love and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN. Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Carly Walker.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Sadrea Brown, present?
Yes.
And Ms. Brown, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I ask your counsel, my old college classmate, good morning. I see the name here, Joseph A. Benson.
Good morning.
Tupelo College, good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Joseph Benson for Sandria Brown.
And now I'll identify any individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. So please state your name so that the court reporter can swear you in.
Wanda Jones.
And Ms. Brown, will you give testimony on your behalf today?
She will.
Now the court reporter will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I please, I guess the court, as a housekeeping matter, we have two other witnesses. That would be Shonda Lyons, she's here with us, and Andrea Isaac that would give testimony as well.
And where are they? All right, hey.
Isaac is here and Ms. Lyons is on the second row.
All right, the court reporter is now going to swear in the four identified witnesses.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Any other preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request introduction of exhibits B1 through B24 on behalf of the state And we would request that those records be sealed as well, those exhibits. And I believe Mr. Denson also has R1 as well, which are copies of executed subpoenas, returned subpoenas.
That's right.
Any objections from either party for the admission of those exhibits into today's record?
I have no objection.
No objection.
Any objections to the exhibits being admitted under seal to protect health information?
No objection to that from the licensee.
No objection.
So the exhibits are admitted into today's record under seal to protect, as follows, we'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, have closing statements. Ms. Salzman, if you're ready to begin, may do so now with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. On July 18th, 2021, Mrs. Brown was employed as an LPN at Choctaw Residential Center. Today, you will hear testimony that she was alerted by a CNA that a resident appeared to have passed away. Mrs. Brown then checked on the resident but did not initiate CPR, even though the resident was a full code. The evidence today will show that she violated nursing practice laws, specifically that she practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. During its investigation, a statement was provided by Mrs. Brown to the assigned Board of Nursing Investigator on July 26, 2021. The evidence today will show that she was indeed aware that an investigation was being conducted by the board related to the events that took place on July 18th, 2021. Secondly, today you will hear that this action occurred while Mrs. Brown was licensed as an LPN in Mississippi. Mrs. Brown has since obtained her RN licensure. She let her LPN license lapse on 12/31/23 after she received her RN license. She submitted her RN application to this board on May the 7th, 2023, and today you will hear that she answered no to the question of whether she had any pending action against her with the Board of Nursing or regulatory agency of the state. As such, the evidence today will show that Mrs. Brown answered falsely on her application for RN licensure. Pursuant to the authority found in 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action as set forth in Section 2 against the license of Mrs. Brown. Thank you.
Opening statement.
Just briefly, from the licensee this morning, I believe we would present evidence through cross-examination and through our witnesses that one, on July 18th at the Choctaw Residential Center in Philadelphia, it was understaffed, that there was inadequate coding that was on the charts, that Miss Brown was there for the very first time. She was not sufficiently oriented to that facility. Therefore, when the resident had no pulse, when she rushed to act in accordance with what she understood and she knew as a ALPN at the time, she was not able to find the appropriate chart because of the facility's conditions, that she was not able to determine whether this resident was a full code or not. She was not oriented to the facility to determine how to call for help specifically. And once she finally, and she had to actually get, because the facility failed to orient her to the location where she was working, she had to get the assistance from a second LPN, Megan Henry, that had to take some time to look for code. Even though she was a consistent worker there, she couldn't find the code initially. And it wasn't a result of Mrs. Brown's negligence or willful deviation of practice. It was a result of the facility's failure to make adequate provisions for the temporary help that was staffed on that day, being Miss Sandra Brown. As to the charges for fraud and deceit, the evidence would show that Ms. Brown did not know that a pending investigation was taking place. She filled out a form for an RN license, but that was almost 2 years after an interview took place. She never heard the testimony would be that she never heard anything else from the Board of Nursing regarding that interview that took place. She never received anything in writing. And she did check that there was no pending action. But that's just the truth. There was no pending action. And the testimony would be, and the evidence would show that she did not commit fraud. She did not fill in any false information. She answered honestly based on what the circumstances were at the time and based on what she knew. Thank you.
Ms. Saltman, if you're ready to proceed, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Wanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency, Rankin, Employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years,
And what is your position at the board?
investigator.
And is it part of your jobs to investigate complaints that are made to the board regarding licensees of this board?
It is.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B3, and that's on page 5, and identify that document, please.
B3 is a license verification for an LPN license.
And who is the name on this license verification?
Sandria Brown,
And what was the type of license?
an LPN.
And what is that status currently?
The status currently is expired license,
And what was the number for her LPN license?
337458.
And could you tell us when she was first issued that LPN license?
Her LPN license was first issued on 1/22/2020.
And when did it expire?
That license expired on December 31st, 2023.
And if you would, please turn to that next page, page 6, and identify that document.
Page 6 is a license verification for a registered nurse.
And when did Mrs. Brown become licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi?
June 26, 2023.
And what is the expiration of this license?
The expiration for the RN license is 12/31/2024.
And what's its current status?
Current status is active.
And what's the license number?
The license number is 924-077.
If you would, please turn to page 17 of Exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
Page 17 is a notice of hearing document.
And what's the date that this document was sent out?
The document is dated February 6, 2024.
And when does it schedule the hearing that we're here about?
The hearing date is June 4th, 2024.
And is Mrs. Brown present today with council?
Yes.
If you could, looking at that next page, please identify that on page 18.
Page 18 is the amended complaint,
And looking at page 19, when was this amended complaint filed?
January 4th, 2024.
And if you would, let's look at page 18. And would you please tell us the charges that are being alleged against Mrs. Brown today?
Charge 1 is that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent has committed fraud or deceit in securing or attempting to secure such license. And charge 3 is the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely filing false, forged, or altered documents when applying for a license in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R1.2B.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in that amended complaint to support these three charges.
The facts are on July 18th, 2021, while employed as an LPN for Choctaw Residential Center in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the respondent was advised by a CNA that a resident was found unresponsive. The respondent checked on the resident and noted that the resident's eyes were rolled back and the resident had no pulse. The respondent stated that then she looked in the computer for the code status, but no code status was available. When the other floor nurse returned to the nursing station, she was told by the respondent that the resident was deceased and the resident had a DNR in place. After the DON, coroner, and the family had already been advised of the resident's death by the floor nurse, the other floor nurse discovered the resident had a full code and that CPR had not been properly initiated by the respondent. As a result of the above incident, the respondent was under investigation by the Mississippi Board of Nursing and was aware of said investigation, having provided a statement to a MSVN investigator on or about July 26, 2021, related to an ongoing investigation. Hereafter, on or about May 7th, 2023, the respondent applied for an RN license with the Mississippi Board of Nursing. On the RN application, the respondent falsely answered no to the question, have you been denied license certification, had disciplinary action or an action pending against you by the Board of Nursing, regulatory agent, or certifying organization of the state or jurisdiction.
Thank you. Let's start first with what's alleged to have occurred in July of 2021. Where was Mrs. Brown employed at the time in July of 21?
She was employed at the nursing home, Choctaw Residential Center.
And what type of nurse was she at the time?
At the time, she was an LPN.
You would turn to page 53, which is Exhibit B17, and identify that document, please.
B17 is a sign-in sheet.
And is that from Choctaw Residential Center?
It is,
And is it for 7/18/21?
yes.
Did Mrs. Brown sign in that day on 7/18/21?
She signed in at 2:20 PM,
And when did she sign in?
12:07 PM.
And going back a little bit, let's turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B6, and that's on pages 23 and 24. You would please identify that document when you get to that page.
Page B6, page 23 is a facility report.
And who completed this report?
This report was completed by Kimberly Rowland, RN DON.
And if you look at that second page, did she do an electronic signature?
Yes,
And what date did she sign this document?
July 20th, 2021.
And who's the subject of this facility report? What employee?
Ms. Brown,
And could you tell me what Mrs. Brown, I believe you, what was the position of Mrs. Rowland? I'm sorry.
Mrs. Rowland was the DON.
And if you would please read this first paragraph of this report to us related to this incident.
Incident narrative, Precision Agency LPN Sandria Brown failed to initiate CPR on resident T. Moore, room 107 on 7/18 at approximately 9:30 PM. Do I need to give initials?
Yes.
Okay. AI CNA found the resident unresponsive and reported to Sandria Brown LPN between 9:15 PM and 9:30 PM. Sandria Brown LPN and AI CNA went to the resident's room when Sandria Brown LPN stated that she assumed from the report that was handed off at shift change that the resident was a DNR. Continue.
Yes, we're just looking at.
Sandria Brown LPN did not look at the chart and stated she did not know where the charts were located. Failed to look in the computer under the physician's order and stated she did not know the system. Sandria Brown, LPN, stated that she did not immediately call for help. Megan Henry, LPN, stated that she was on the blue side assisting another resident, and when she came back to the pink side around 9:35 a.m., Sandria Brown, LPN, stated that resident was deceased and the resident was a DNR.
I can stop right there. Okay, so, basically, what was the facility report? What did, Mrs. Brown tell the DON?
Well, Mrs. Brown told the DON that she couldn't find the charts for the resident, for the code for that resident, and that the resident was deceased.
You would please turn to Exhibit B8, and that's on pages 26 and 27, and identify those documents, please.
B8 is a statement from Ms. Brown.
And what is the date of this statement? Did she sign it?
It's signed and it's 7/19/2021,
And what's the time?
23:07.
Okay. And what did she indicate was the last time she saw this particular resident? What time of day?
It says is last seen by CNA/nurse 8 p.m.
And on page 27, what was her written statement at the time about what happened? You can just read those two sentences to us.
Okay, the two first sentences.
Yeah, or just, you can just read that paragraph.
Resident found unresponsive by CNA. She came to desk and told me that I needed to come and check on residents. So I got up and went to the resident's room and noted that the resident's eyes had rolled back, and I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find one. So I asked, did anyone know her code status? They didn't, so I went and looked on the computer. It was not there. I couldn't look in the chart. By that time, the other nurse came to the station. And she told us she was a full code.
And this is the statement that she provided to this facility, correct?
Yes,
So in her statement to the facility, she says that she asked if anyone knew the code status, correct?
yes,
And she also said that no one there knew the code status, and she looked in the computer and it was not there.
yes.
You would turn to Exhibit B12, that's on page 36. And identify what that document is, please.
B12 are the departmental notes.
Please tell us what the entry is on 7/18/21 for this resident of 1142.
7/18/21 and 11/42. The note states, resident found unresponsive by CNA. She came to the desk and told me that I needed to come and check on resident. So I got up, went to the resident room and noted that the resident eyes had rolled back, and I checked for a pulse. I could not feel one, so was her code known and code status was unknown. I went and looked on the computer. It was not there. I couldn't locate the charts or even the code chart. By that time, the other nurse came over to help me. I realized she was a full code.
And who authored this?
Sandria Brown, LPN.
If you would please turn to Exhibit B9, that's on page 28. Identify that document, please.
B9 is a statement from the Director of Nursing.
And is that Kimberly Rowland?
Yes.
If you would please tell us what her statement says.
Sandria Brown, LPN, was put into our computer system on 7/16/2021. Precision Agency is aware that all of our employees are to report 2 hours ahead of their first shift to review our orientation packet and for any questions regarding the shift. Sandria Brown, LPN, had access to the computer system, all physicians' orders regarding her assigned residents. Sandria Brown, LPN, also had access to all paper charts with written orders behind the nurse's desk. These charts are not locked up and is signed by Kimberly Rowland, RN, DON.
Please turn to Exhibit B10, that's on page 29, and identify this document, please.
B10 is a statement given by AI.
Okay, and I believe that was a CNA that was there that day, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would please tell us what her statement is.
Says I went to the residence room around 8:30 to put linen in her room. Then I went across the hall to shave a resident around 9:15. I went back to her room to change linen and noticed she wasn't breathing. I immediately told her nurse and we came back to her room.
Okay, when does she indicate that this patient was last seen by, I assume her, the CNA?
8:30,
And what is the date of this statement?
7/18/2021.
And did Ms. Isaac sign this statement?
She did.
So she states in her statement, at what time did she discover this resident wasn't breathing?
9:15.
If you would look at Exhibit B11, and that's on page 31, and identify that document, please.
B31 is a witness statement from another nurse.
And that nurse is Megan Henry, is that correct?
Yes,
And did she sign this statement as well?
she did.
On what date?
7/18/2021.
And what does this statement provide?
Ms. Henry is saying that she was on the blue side.
Please, the
helping.
court, excuse me, I'm not exactly sure how this work. But we would object to this exhibit as improper hearsay. Ms. Henry is not present to be cross-examined on this statement, and this statement is not under oath. There's, at no point in time I've had an opportunity to speak with her of this case, and she's not here as a witness for us to deal with her statement. So for that reason, we objected to hearsay.
Ms. Johnson.
Well, first, counsel opposite agreed to entry of this exhibit previously without objection. Second, hearsay is permissible in administrative hearings as long as it's not the sole basis for the panel's decision. Administrative proceedings are indeed under the law relaxed, and hearsay is permissible.
Yes, so, the objection is, overruled on the basis that, the rules of evidence are, lax in administrative hearings like this one. And, hearsay evidence, but they are a good guide. And, hearsay, evidence is admissible, when corroborated. And I believe that we've heard, testimony that, this information, was retrieved, where it was retrieved from, how, it came about during the course of, Ms. Jones' investigation. So, objection is overruled.
I was on the blue side helping another nurse at 8:50 PM. Called back to pink side around 9:35 PM. Other nurse notified me that resident in 107A had passed away. I asked the nurse if she was a full code and she told me that she was a DNR. I then proceeded to follow instructions in how to back a death of a resident. I called the DON at 9:37 PM to notify of death. Called the coroner at 9:40 PM, called family at 9:45 PM. I then realized that resident was full code, and I then called the DON back and administrator.
So how long had it been since Mrs. Brown had been notified by the CNA of an unresponsive resident until Mrs. Henry was informed of the death?
Approximately 20 minutes.
And per the statement that you just read, it was LPN Henry that realized the resident was full code. Is that correct?
Based on this statement, yes.
And that's after she'd already contacted the family, the coroner, et cetera.
Yes.
If you would turn to page 32 and identify that document, please.
Page 32 is a witness statement.
And is this a signed and dated statement?
It is.
And who signed the statement?
Camille Grill, and it's 7/18/2021.
And what does it say?
About 9:30 tonight, Andrea came to the desk and asked to help her nurse in room 107. Nurse came back down the hall to desk,
Use initials.
okay, and said, TM had passed away.
And if you would look at page 33 and identify that document, please.
33 is a witness statement as well.
And is it signed and dated by Elizabeth Backstrom?
It is.
And what does this statement say?
Says about 9:30, Andrea came to the desk and asked that TM, and said TM had passed away. The nurse went to the room and the nurse said she had passed away.
And on page 34, could you do the same thing and identify that document?
34 is a signed witness statement by Elizabeth Stokes dated 7/18/2021, and the statement reads about 9:30 PM. Andrea walked up the hall and told me resident in room 107A had passed away.
And then on page 35, could you identify that document, please?
Page 35 is a written statement signed and dated July 18th, 2021. And it says about 9:30 tonight, Andrea came up and told the nurse at the desk and told the nurse to come to the room that she had passed away.
If you would turn to exhibit B13 and identify what these two documents are, please. And I believe we actually find them to be in reverse order. I think page 1 of 2 is the second page and page 2 of 2 is the first page, but could you identify what this document is?
Okay, B13 are the physician's order for the resident.
And can you tell me what's listed as having been noted on 2/14/20 on those physician orders?
The physician order dated 2/14/2020. Under the orders is checked off as full code.
And what is full code status? What does that mean?
Full code status means if there is no pulse or heartbeat to initiate CPR.
In comparison, what does the term that we hear frequently, DNR, mean?
DNR is if you find a patient like that, do not try to initiate resuscitation.
If DNR is not in place or is not found by a nurse when looking for code status, what is the standard practice where the nurse finds the heart has stopped beating?
To initiate CPR.
So what was the code status listed for this particular resident in the physician orders?
The physician order for this particular resident for full code.
And let's turn to page 39, which is exhibit B14, and identify that document, please.
Exhibit B14 is a fact sheet for the resident.
And could you just tell us what the admit date and discharge date were for this resident?
Admission date is September 26, 2019. Discharge date is 7/18/2021.
And then if you would turn to B15, that's on page 41, and identify that, please.
B15 is an advance directive for the resident.
And did this advanced directive show that she had either a living will or a durable power of attorney for healthcare?
No, the resident did not have either.
If you would turn to exhibit B16 and identify what this document is, and I believe it's 42 through 52, but you can just generally tell us what it is.
B16 is a medication administration record for the resident for the month of July 2021.
And let's look specifically at page 43. Can you tell us, by looking at this record for this resident, whether Mrs. Brown administered medication to this resident on July 18th, 2021?
She did administer medicine at 6 p.m.
And did she also administer medication at 8 p.m.? I believe that's on 44.
She did at 8 p.m.
And then what about on page 45? Did she administer medication on this page? Was noted on the EMR?
She did at 8 p.m.
So the EMR does show that Mrs. Brown administered medications to this resident during her shift.
Yes.
So if Mrs. Brown was able to use the EMR, does that mean that she had access to the EMR?
Yes,
That she had access to the computer?
yes.
If you would please turn to Exhibit B18 and identify that document, please. It's on page 54.
Exhibit B18 is the CPR policy for the facility.
And so what is the policy for a full code?
If a person is full code, these flags will not be present and it will be a doctor's orders that says full code.
So going back up, in comparison, what is a DNR?
DNR, from what's listed at the top, you should have red dots on the outside and on the front cover.
Okay. So if it's a full code, that means that life-saving measures should be instigated,
Yes,
but no code is different
yes.
and it's marked differently.
Yes.
And again, where would you find the information to determine if the patient is a full code?
If the patient is a full code, it will be in the physician's order.
And that's what we just discussed previously.
Yes.
So in this case, the physician order did have this patient listed as full code, correct?
That's correct.
Let's flip back to Exhibit 2. That's on, I'm sorry, not Exhibit 2. Let's flip back, go forward to Exhibit B21, and that's pages 57 through 59. Could you tell us what this document is?
This is an application for an RN license.
And who is the person that made this application?
Sandria Brown.
On what date?
The date is May 7th, 2023.
And if you would look at page 59, how did she respond to the question of, is there action pending against you by a board of nursing, regulatory agency, or certifying organization of each state or jurisdiction?
The answer to that question is no.
And under the terms of agreement before she signs, what does that last paragraph read?
The last paragraph on the terms of agreements reads, I do hereby attest that the information submitted is true, accurate, and complete to the best of my knowledge. And I understand that any falsification, omission, or concealment of material fact may subject me to administrative, civil, or criminal liability.
And were you the assigned investigator to this case?
I was.
If you would turn with me to Exhibit B7, and that's on page, sorry, I'm getting there. Page 25. During your investigation, did respondent give you a statement?
Yes, she did.
And what was the date of that statement?
The date of the statement is July 26, 2021.
So in order for her to give you a statement, did you speak with her ahead of that time
did.
period? So she was aware that you had an investigation ongoing related to her case?
Your Honor, we
Yes.
object to speculation.
You want me to rephrase?
No, in response.
I'll just rephrase it. Is B7 a copy of the document that you were provided by Mrs. Brown?
Yes,
Had you made contact with Mrs. Brown prior to receiving that document?
yes.
And why did you request that document?
I interviewed her regarding the allegation and I asked her to write a statement as to what happened.
Okay, could you tell us what her statement says there on page 25? Yes, please.
Okay. On December 18th, 2021, I worked a 3 to 11 shift at the facility called Choctaw Residential Center in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Around 9 o'clock, a CNA came to the desk and told me that I needed to come and check on a resident. So I got up, went to the resident room and noted that the resident eyes were rolled back, and I checked for a pulse and none was felt. No heart/lung sounds, even blood pressure was noted either. I had checked on the resident at 8 p.m. and she was alert. The CNA that alerted me to this resident stated that the resident health had been declining lately and they have been expecting her to pass soon. As I looked on the computer under the resident's name, no code status was available. I couldn't even locate the charts. I had no idea how to page over the intercom due to the fact that this was my first day at this facility with no orientation. By the time the other nurse came to help me, she went to the room as I was going. She asked what her code status was. I stated I didn't know. The code status on the computer is unavailable and I can't locate charts. When she finally located the charts from me, I stated she was a full code. The nurse at the facility got on the phone and started making calls. I wasn't orientated properly to the facility or even the system. I was even told afterwards by DON administrator of the facility that the resident was going to be on hospice the upcoming week due to her declining health. If I had known more of this resident's health issue and properly oriented at the facility, I could have prepared myself more in a case like this. On July 21st, 2021, another nurse that worked at the facility informed me that the administrator and DON came to the facility and started pulling code stickers on residents' charts and code status in the computer. It was stated that 11 residents didn't have a code status on the computer.
Again, in this case, was the resident a full code?
Yes,
And was the resident's code status listed in the physician's order for this particular resident?
yes,
And did Mrs. Brown document administration through electronic charting throughout the evening for this resident?
she did.
And going back to the second issue here, the licensure, did you speak with Mrs. Brown and let her know that there was an investigation against her in 2021?
I did.
And did she disclose that information on her most recent application for RN licensure?
She did not.
And has she since allowed her LPN licensure to lapse?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Dempsey?
Yes. Morning. Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Let me start with, I believe that is Exhibit B21. Direct your attention to page 58. That's where we'll start.
Page 58.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You were asked about that last question. Have you been denied licensure, certification, had disciplinary action, or is an action pending against you by a board of nursing, regulatory agency, or certifying organization of any state or jurisdiction? And you advised my clients, no. Is the word investigation there anywhere?
No, it says disciplinary action.
Has at this time, was anything provided to my client as of the date of May 7th, 2023 to 52 time that an investigation was pending against her by the Board of Nursing?
Did she receive anything from the board? Is that?
Yes, I'm asking, did she receive anything in writing? Because I don't see anything in the exhibits. Did she receive anything in writing from you or the Board of Nursing to advise her that an investigation was pending?
I wouldn't send her anything in writing.
Okay. Did the Board of Nursing send her anything in writing?
I think I sent her an interview letter back when I wanted to speak with her on the phone.
Okay, but that letter is not part of the exhibits that was presented by the state of Mississippi, correct?
Right.
And other than the interview letter that you think you sent that is not part of these exhibits, is there anything else in writing that would have gave Ms. Brown some notice that an active investigation was going on?
You said in writing?
In writing.
No, nothing in writing.
And you would agree with me that it was almost 2 years that passed from the time of her statement and the time that she filled out an application on May 7, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And for the entire 2 year period, you had no communications with Ms. Brown, correct?
Correct.
Board of Nursing had no communications with Ms. Brown, correct?
Right.
With that, can you tell me what information that would lead you to believe that she would think that she had a pending investigation against her after 2 years of hearing nothing from the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
What would I think?
Well, my question is, considering that she's haven't received anything in writing from you as an investigator or the Mississippi Board of Nursing in almost a 2 year period, what is it that would make you believe that she understood that an investigation was pending against her at the time that she was filling out this application?
I would think the statement that she gave to me regarding the allegation.
2 years ago.
Yes.
Do you have anything to show that that statement 2 years ago was even on her mind at the time that she filled out this application?
Objection.
I would draw the question. Now, Investigator Jones, did you actually talk to anybody from the Choctaw Residential Center?
I talked to the director of nursing and Ms. Brown.
And the notes from your conversation with the director of nursing, they're not within the exhibits that's been provided by the state, correct?
Her statement is provided by the state.
I understand, but did you take any notes when you had a conversation with?
No, I talked to her when she turned the allegation over to the office. That's the standard procedure.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit B6, the facility report.
It's on page 23.
On page 23, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And could you go down to the last section on that page? Are you there?
In the narrative part,
No, ma'am. The facility is the last two lines on that page.
okay,
And according to the director of nursing's facility report, the way that they would prevent this would be to do an in-service on CPR policy, correct?
that's what the first sentence says.
And they said they would do 100% audit on all charts to check for code status
Yes,
and required forms of code status, correct?
correct.
Said they'll do 100% audit on the doors to the residents' rooms.
Correct.
Can you explain to this tribunal why this would be necessary to prevent the incident that was described by you earlier?
Can I explain
Yes,
why
ma'am.
they did this?
Why was this part of what they said would be necessary to prevent an occurrence like this in the future?
I can't answer.
Objection.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, did you ask them why it was necessary for them to do an audit of all the chart codes to prevent this in the future?
No, I did not.
And they made a specific point to say 100% audit on the doors to the residents' rooms. Do you know why they would do that?
I don't.
Now, is it in the general course of residents, nursing homes, would there be a sticker on the door to let the staff know if a person is full code or DNR?
I can't answer that for all facilities because each facility is different.
Okay. Did you actually go to this facility?
No,
So you don't know if there was a indication on the door to determine if this resident was a full code or not?
no, I just read what they gave in the CPR policy that says a full code person that would be documented in the physician's order.
Okay. Let's go to the CPR policy. That's page 54, exhibit B18. Did Central Residential, Choctaw Residential Center provide you a date when this policy was handed out?
No,
So as far as you know, well, based on your information, you don't know when this policy was provided to the medical staff there, correct?
I don't.
You just kind of took their word for it.
Well, I subpoenaed the document.
You subpoenaed this document and they gave you an undated document of the CPR policy.
That's what they provided.
And did you receive anything to show that that specifically Ms. Brown received notice of the CPR policy?
No.
Did you receive anything that Precision Health, strike that? You understand that Ms. Brown was working at Choctaw Residential Center through Precision Health Temp Services, correct? Did you receive anything from Precision Health saying that they knew that the CPR policy at this facility was in existence?
No.
Did you receive anything from Choctaw Residential Center to say that they actually oriented Mrs. Brown? And when I say receive, I mean in writing, that they oriented Mrs. Brown to this CPR policy?
I have a general email from the facility regarding the orientation for employees and temporary employees.
And I want to direct your attention to exhibit B20. That'll be page 56. Are you there?
I am.
Now, exhibit B20 is an email from Marilyn Watts to Kimberly Rowland. That's the director of nursing, correct?
Correct.
And it was a CC to Gay Flake, correct?
Correct.
And the email below that is dated April 13, 2021 from Kimberly Rowland to Marilyn Watts. The subject was orientation package, correct?
Yes.
And can you read there what is actually stated from Kimberly Rowland?
The email from Kimberly Rowland states, "We'll give Shonda a call with Precision, XL, and Prime Care to gather a packet for all agencies to sign and work out a plan with agencies and making sure we're covered on orientation and policies."
Did you follow up with Shonda Lyons at Precision Health to see if that was actually presented to them?
I did. I talked with Shonda.
And I want to direct your attention to exhibit B19. That'll be page 55.
Okay,
Are you there?
I am.
And based on Ms. Lyons, she advised you that she don't recall receiving an email or notification from that facility regarding orientation or RE policy, correct?
Correct.
Based on that, at this moment in your investigation, this disputed information, did you do anything to confirm whether there was a policy sent to Precision Health staffing?
No.
So at this moment in your investigation, you don't know if this CPR policy B18 was actually read by Sandria Brown?
No, I wouldn't know that.
And you actually don't know if it was even tendered to Sandria Brown, correct?
I don't know.
But you would agree with me that it would be important for this temporary LPN to have known the information that is on B18.
It would be important, yes.
And who is required? Is it Ms. Brown's job or is it the facility's job to make sure that the information in B18 is known?
Are you asking my opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
I would think it's both parties.
All right. How could Ms. Brown know that B18 exists without orientation?
Objection to the form of the question. She doesn't have any knowledge of what was going on.
I withdraw that question. Would a temporary LPN working at a facility know that a facility CPR policy exists if it wasn't provided during the orientation?
In my personal opinion, I would think being a nurse, she would know that CPR policies exist regardless where she works.
Okay. Now, if you would, take a look at B18 for me. And I'm looking at page 54.
Okay.
And it was referred to as CPR policy, but it's really more of a policy code and no code, correct?
It says-
Objection to the form of the question.
I would,
Document speaks for itself.
it speaks for itself. I withdraw that. This is a policy to tell the LPN or RN where to find code information, correct?
Correct.
And you said you think this would be general information for a nurse?
I said in my personal
Your
opinion.
personal opinion. What about at this facility? Did you talk to anybody to determine if this is the general information at the facility on July 18, 2021?
I requested this as part of my investigation, the policy.
If I can direct your attention to B17, page 53.
Okay.
Do you have, based on, and this is to be clear for the record, this is the Precision Healthcare Staffing sign-in sheet, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that it shows that Ms. Brown signed in at 2:20.
Yes.
And nurses at facilities, they typically work an 8 or 10-hour shift or 12-hour shift.
It varies.
Varies. Is there anything on this form that would show you that she clocked in 2 hours early in order to get oriented by the Choctaw Residential Center?
All I can state is she clocked in at 2:20 based on this record.
I direct your attention to Exhibit B13, page 37. I think it was stated that page 1 is behind page 2 of this one.
Okay.
So since you did not actually visit the facility, you couldn't tell this tribunal if these physician orders was actually in the charts on the day in question, can you?
No,
And you can't dispute a claim against my client at this time that she could, if she states she could not find the chart, you didn't go there to determine where the chart was actually located in the nurse's station, did you?
no.
I want to direct your attention to B14. It's called a face sheet as identified.
Okay.
Now, on a face sheet, is it your opinion that the full code or code would typically be on this front sheet, the code status?
My opinion,
Well, let me back up. Let me strike that. You have been an investigator, I think I heard you say, for 6 years now.
yes,
And prior to becoming an investigator, did you work as a nurse in any capacity?
no,
Have you encountered a face sheet before today?
I had.
And typically on face sheets, it's the code status on the face sheet.
I can't really answer that because I've looked at so many and they vary from facility to facility.
Okay, and since they vary from facility to facility, it would be important that the medical staff or nurse would know which place to go to when the code is read to determine the code of the resident, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
You said since the face sheets, whether a code instruction is on the face sheet or not, it varies from facility to facility, then it would be important for a staff member to know exactly where the code is located.
Yes,
But nowhere in your investigation have you been able to determine that she knew where the code was on the day in question, correct?
Again, objection to the formative question. She doesn't know what Ms. Brown knew on the day that this occurred. She
I-
only knows what the documents show here.
I withdraw that. Based on your investigation, you have no documents in writing to show that the facility told Ms. Brown on July 18, 2021, where the code status was for this resident, correct?
correct.
I want to direct your attention back to Exhibit B16.
Okay.
It seems like there was some acronym used for this exhibit. What was the acronym that was used?
EMAR?
EMAR? Okay. So B16 would be an EMAR?
Correct.
Is there anything on the EMAR that would indicate that would give Ms. Brown an indication of the code status on the day in question?
No, a EMAR is strictly a record showing where medications were administered.
Okay. It strictly deals with medications.
Medications and checks and pain assessments.
Right. So since it strictly deals with that, it would have no relevance to whether my client would know what the code would have been on the day in question, correct?
This particular document, no.
And this EMAR, although I believe you testified that she had access to the computer, it doesn't say where the information was located regarding the code status, does it?
The policy stated that it's in the physician's room.
Are you referring to the undated policy?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to page 31, exhibit B11. This is the statement of Megan Henry.
Okay.
Did you do any follow-up from this statement, considering, well, let's strike that. Does it appear out of the ordinary for a ALPN to determine whether a person is full code after calling the DON, after notifying the coroner, after calling the family, as shown in the statement of Megan Henry?
Yeah, I'm have to object stipulation.
Your Honor, she's an investigator and she's been doing this for 6 years. It would appear that she would be able to give her opinion as to whether this would be out of the ordinary.
Your Honor, she's not an LPN.
So, the objection is sustained, and I guess we want the court, limited, or just, yeah, the objection is sustained. And also, Mr. Denson, I understand that, there's a need for a quick, bathroom break. Do you mind stopping right here to allow a brief, 10-minute recess?
I'm good.
We'll, recess for a bathroom break and return at 11:52. On the record after recess, when we recessed, Mr. Benson was cross-examining Ms. Jones. Where we stopped at that time.
Can you go to Exhibit B12, page 36?
Okay.
During direct examination, you were asked about the paragraph or the entry by Ms. Brown on July 18, 2021 at 11:42. This entry, would you agree with me that this entry confirms what was said by her in her statement? To be clear, this entry by Ms. Brown confirmed what Ms. Brown wrote in her statement that she provided to you in B8, correct?
Well, I think it was Megan Henry that said she realized it was a full code, and in her entry on the 18th, she says, I realized.
Okay, just to clarify, the exhibit B8 is the report that she gave to the facility, and exhibit B7 is the report she gave to our investigator.
Thank you.
Just so you can clarify your question.
So in B12, you were making the distinction from, I realize, help me out with that. What was the purpose of B12?
B12 was the entry that Ms. Brown made in her chart regarding the resident.
Correct, that she realized that the resident was a full code. By the time when the other nurse came over, she realized the resident was a full code. Yes.
She said, that's what she put in her entry, yes.
Okay. And is that any different from B7, the statement that she provided to you on page 25?
It says when she finally located the chart from me, she stated she was a full code.
Okay, and even if that's referencing Megan Henry, she stated it was a full code, that would have been when my client realized she was full code, correct?
Correct.
That being said, is there any distinction from B12 and her statement in B7? But you would agree with me that B11 I'm sorry, page 31. The timeline that was provided by Megan Henry in her statement is substantially different from the two statements that were made by Ms. Brown in B12 and B7.
Your Honor, I would just ask for clarification on that question related to what is different. What is he asking is different?
Clarify. In B11, earlier I asked you about the timeline of Megan Henry. She finding out about the full code after contacting the DON, after contacting the coroner, after contacting the family. You recall that question?
Yes.
But that timeline is different from the statement that is given by Ms. Brown in her departmental notes on B12 and in her statement on B7, in B7, correct?
In the departmental notes, the only time I see is 11:42.
Well, I want to direct you to B12, page 36. The last sentence says, by the time the other nurse came over to help me, I realized she was full cold.
Okay.
Doesn't that sound like to you before a coroner was called, before the family was called, before the director of nursing was called? There was a realization at that time that the resident was full cold?
Objection, speculation. She can only speak to what the document says.
I withdraw that question. But at the end of the day, you didn't do any follow-up when there were differences in statements from your witnesses, correct?
No.
In your 6 years of investigation, do you do follow-up when there's differences in witness statements?
I do.
Why not this time?
I can't answer that.
When you agree with me that it would be important considering that people's licenses are possibly being suspended, that you at least do a follow-up when there are differences in witnesses' statements,
Yes.
but you didn't, correct?
No.
I don't know if I asked this question, but did you actually talk to Shonda Lyons at Precision Health?
I did.
And that was after the statement that she provided? In B19, page 55?
I talked to her and she sent me a statement after I talked to her, if I recall. B5?
B19, page 55. I'm asking, did you communicate with her before or after this statement was received? It's a letter from Precision Health Care Staffing.
This is what she sent after I talked with her.
Okay. So here again, we have some issues with the facts, some disputes in the facts in your investigation. Did you do any follow-up to reconcile the differences in these facts regarding orientation?
That's when I got the email that is, I did follow up with the statement that she gave me, and that B20 is the email that was sent to me after I talked with the owner of Precision.
But you would agree with me that B20 doesn't show that a communication was actually made with Shonda Lyons.
Objection, Your Honor. She previously testified that she spoke with Ms. Lyons herself.
Any response?
Your Honor, let me withdraw that question and let me clear it up. I think that would avoid the objection. You testified that you followed up after receiving information in B19.
Correct.
Followed up with B20.
Right. That document was provided to me.
Would you agree with me that B20 does not give you adequate proof that any contact was made to Shonda Lyons from Choctaw Residential Center?
Objection, Your Honor, to the form of the question.
Your Honor, I don't believe there's anything wrong with that question. I'm specifically asking if there's any proof in B20 to show that there was contact from Choctaw Residential Center to Precision. She's investigating this case. I think she needs to follow up with discrepancies.
The objection is so.
After talking with the owner of Precision, and she indicated that she wasn't certain, I went back to the facility to ask of their policy or what they did in order to ensure that people will receive orientation. And then this email was provided to me.
But you would agree with me that there's still a link that doesn't connect Precision's receipt of information to Choctaw Residential Center tendering of information. You have nothing in your package to show that Choctaw ever actually gave information to Precision Healthcare, correct?
No, I just have the email where they discussed the plan of action.
And that's short of contacting Precision.
But I don't know if they contacted them or not.
I'm saying the email in and of itself is short of contact, correct?
To clarify that question.
The email doesn't show confirmation of contact. It just shows that hopefully contact may happen in the future.
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit B2.
Okay.
I may have missed it or we didn't cover it at first. Can you tell me what this is?
This is nurses' information regarding her registered nurse license and LPN,
Who would have access to this information?
the Board of Nursing.
Okay. So if a person from the Board of Nursing actually pulled this Sandreas Brown information up, they wouldn't know that an active investigation was going on, would they?
From this document,
Yes, ma'am.
no.
So how would someone that have access to B2 would know that an investigation was going on with Sandria Brown? Do you know?
No.
And when Ms. Brown applied for her nurse's license, there was nothing in the system to show that due to an active investigation, she didn't qualify to be a licensed registered nurse, correct?
I don't know that.
Did you investigate to determine if anything was in the system that would have prevented her from becoming a registered nurse after applying?
I would not know that because I would not know when she's applying for her registered nursing license on the investigative side.
But you expect her to know that an investigation was ongoing.
Yes, and given that I spoke with her regarding the allegation that was submitted to the Board of Nursing.
So you're the investigator and you wouldn't know if the board would know of an investigation going on, but a person who hadn't spoke to you in almost 2 years, it's your testimony that they would know an investigation is happening.
Yes, she would have known because she spoke with me.
Ma'am, I'm a criminal defense lawyer as well. if you gotta stop by the police for speeding, but they never gave you a ticket, never told you to come to court, never called you in for a statement, and you tried to apply for your license, and they said that you lied because you had an investigation going on, wouldn't you say, y'all should at least have given me a ticket? Wouldn't you even say that?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
You know, and I believe
It's
it's,
a regulatory proceeding. It's not a criminal proceeding.
it's not.
Not even a similar situation.
You know, and I believe the analogy stands for itself, and I think the point has been made now. No further questions from this witness.
Just for the record, I'll sustain the objection and any redirect, Ms. Salzman?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a statute of limitations for bringing forth disciplinary action against a nurse in the statutes or rules of this board?
No,
So if there's a matter that's investigated in 2021, there's no requirement that that matter can't be brought forward in 2027, right?
correct.
Okay. There was some discussion about she didn't know or that there was an investigation taking place. Did you speak with this particular licensee
Yes,
during the course of your investigation?
yes,
And did she in fact submit a statement that we've seen here today in Exhibit B7?
yes,
Okay, so she was aware of the investigation.
yes.
And when she.
Your Honor, we object to speculation because the question is whether she was aware of the investigation on the date that she applied. I believe that's May 7, 2023. And that would be speculative to determine that she was in fact aware on that date in question.
Ms. Salzman?
I would submit to Your Honor that if I'm applying for licensure and I've already given an board investigator something prior to the date I submit the application, I have knowledge.
Your Honor, we object even to that response. That's as relevant as my analogy regarding getting a speeding ticket.
Okay, let me rephrase. I'll rephrase. I'll
Okay.
put you on rephrase. On what date on Exhibit B7, did Mrs. Brown give you a statement regarding your investigation? Ms. Miller?
July 26, 2021.
And on B21, on page 59, how did she respond to whether she had any pending action under the discipline section pending against her by any regulatory agency, board of nursing, or certifying organization of any state or jurisdiction?
Your Honor, we're going to object to ask and answer. This was dealt with in direct examination, and as to any new matters that came up in cross, that goes without objection, but this is just, we're treading the same ground.
Ms. Salzman?
Your Honor, he asked this question and I'm just following back up. There's obviously a difference of opinion related to having knowledge here and timeline, so just following back up on that.
The objection is open.
How did she respond to her RN application for licensure?
On that question, she replied, no.
And did she reach out to you at any point and ask prior to submitting this application if in fact she still had an active investigation pending?
No, she did not.
You're asking questions about different systems. Are there separate systems at the Board of Nursing?
Yes,
And one system is licensure and one system is investigations?
correct.
You asked questions about speaking with Shonda at Precision, is that correct?
Yes,
And she did follow up with a statement, is that correct?
yes.
And then you reached back out to the facility and you got another statement, is that correct?
Well, I received an email from the facility once I reached back out to them.
So when you received something from Shonda at Precision, you did reach back out to the facility to get their side of the story?
I did.
Now, when you received the physician orders, what was the code status listed for this resident?
The code status was full code.
And you may not know this, but what
Your Honor, to which we object to speculation.
you're on? I believe Mr. Denson said, kept saying she's a temporary LPN and let me rephrase it. There was some questions that were asked you of the EMR or the medical administration record. How do you document in the EMR that medication is administered?
You go in the electronic system, you find the medication, you find the hour that you're giving that medication, and you click on it, and then your initial is attached, showing that you administered the medication.
And he asked you about the timeline. She clocked in at approximately 2 o'clock that day. Is that correct?
2:20.
2:20. And she documented administration of meds at what times, if you recall?
There were meds administered at 6 and 8.
So during the course of that day, she was able to use the computer to document medication administration, correct?
You know, we object to speculation as to whether she actually used the computer to document this. There's no testimony to say that she in fact documented this herself.
Your Honor, the electronic MAR records have Mrs. Brown's initials as having documented medication administration to this resident at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. on 7/18/21. That has been previously discussed today.
The objection is overruled.
My question is, did Mrs. Brown document medication administration on 7/18/21 in the medical records?
She did,
And she did it on more than one occasion, is that correct?
correct.
And what was her statement again to you about why she didn't know the code status on the patient?
She could not find it.
Do you know if she ran for any type of assistance? Did she mention that?
She, in her statement, she said that someone from another side came to help her.
Did she tell you how that person came from the other side?
I don't recall.
I believe you're asked on cross if you provided Mrs. Brown anything in writing during the investigative process. Are you required by board rules to do that?
No,
And you also testified you spoke to the DNN. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And what additional measures did you take to investigate this case?
Records were subpoenaed, policies, the MAR for the patient, the physician's order for the patients, those records were subpoenaed as I started the investigation. And statements from the witnesses at the facility.
And it's one of the charges today that Mrs. Brown failed to practice in line with generally accepted standard practice in nursing.
Yes,
And was it your testimony today, the physician orders contained full code status?
yes.
No further questions.
Right, any questions from the members of the hearing panel for Ms. Jones? The other witnesses?
I have no further witnesses. The board rests.
Ms. Benson. Before you begin your case, do you have any issue with the board recessing for lunch?
I know.
So at this time, we're gonna recess this hearing. It's 12:08 now until say 1 o'clock. We start back up at 1 o'clock. And with Ms. Brown's case, also students, before you leave, the board would like to get get a picture with you. So we're breaking now for lunch and just members of the hearing panel. You already know this before the record, no discussion or debate or on the evidence that's been presented at the hearing so far can be discussed during break. That's it all. So and you are now in recess until 1 p.m. and we'll pick back up with this matter then. And students, before you leave, Bear with the board hearing panel as they prepare to, take a picture. For the record, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Janelle Moody, RN. Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
Thank you. When we recessed, the board council had rested her case. And, we can begin now with, Mr. Denson's, case.
Your Honor, we called our first witness, Shonda Lyons of Precision Healthcare Staffing. Where would I direct her to sit?
Normally they would sit right next to where, your client is sitting, but you just let us know your preference.
Both of them at the same time. So,
If you want them to add a chair, yeah.
Yeah, if adding a chair would be perfect. Will the mic capture her at the end of the table? Okay, yeah, you got it. Slide the mics up.
You'll have to share.
Ms. Lyons, may I please court?
Yes.
Ms. Lyons, please give the court your full name.
Shonda Lyons.
And what do you do, Ms. Lyons? Where do you work?
Precision Healthcare Staffing. I'm the owner.
And Precision Healthcare Staffing, can you tell the tribunal what that is?
We're a staffing agency that provides temporary staffing to nursing homes and hospitals.
Okay, and where can you hear? Do I need to do that last one?
No.
And in 2021, were you the president of Precision Healthcare Staffing LLC?
Yes.
And did you have any relationship with Choctaw Residential Center?
Yes, we provide them temporary staffing.
And in that capacity, on or about July 18, 2021, was Sandria Brown presented to Choctaw Residential Center through your staffing company?
Yes.
Now, earlier it was testified through Investigator Jones that she spoke with you regarding the incident that occurred at Choctaw Residential Center on or about July 18, 2021.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony is that she spoke to you about orientation and whether you knew about the orientation at Choctaw Residential Centers.
Correct.
Can you tell the court what you recall about the conversation with Investigator Jones?
I think she called me and asked questions about how was orientation provided and what the facility stated the orientation process was.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit B9. Statement from Kimberly Rowland, the Director of Nursing at Choctaw Residential Center. I want you to take a look at that.
Okay.
And do you see on Exhibit B9, the second sentence saying Precision Agency is aware that all of their employees are to report 2 hours ahead of their shift to review our orientation package and for any questions regarding their shift. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that this was the policy of Choctaw Residential Center on or about July 18, 2021?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall ever having a conversation in 2021 with any employee or agent of Choctaw Residential Center regarding employees coming from Precision Health having an orientation,
About a week after the incident, the administrator called me.
but nothing before July 18, 2021.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The administrator called you after the incident on July 18, 2021.
Correct.
And what was that conversation?
I think she asked me, do we send the people over 2 hours ahead of time to do orientation? And I said, no, no one ever told us anything about that.
Did you ever receive well, I want to direct your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit B20, page 56, and I'll show you from my binder. And I will represent to you that the bottom half of this is an email from Kimberly Rowland to
Mhm.
Marion Wyatt. And Kimberly Rowland was saying that she'll give you a call regarding the orientation package. Was a call given to you around April 13, 2021 from Kimberly Rowland regarding an orientation package?
Not that I can recall, no.
Was an email sent to you from Kimberly Rowland during the time of between April 13, 2021 and July 18, 2021 regarding your agency employees having to do an orientation?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you receive an orientation package from Choctaw Residential Center shortly after April 13, 2021, but before July 18, 2021?
I don't think they sent it to me. After the incident, I think they called me and said that it would be one at the facility for them to come and do prior to their first shift.
Now, I want to draw your attention to what has been previously marked as Exhibit B18, page 54. It's marked CPR at the top. I believe that's what's been referred to earlier as the CPR policy. Do you see that?
Yes,
Did you receive this CPR policy from from Choctaw Residential Center prior to July 18, 2021?
no, not that I can recall.
Do you ever recall seeing this document before today?
No,
So it'd be fair to say that you never discussed this document B18 with Miss Andrea Brown?
that's fair to say.
Now, have you ever seen, and let me go back, as the president of Precision Healthcare Staffing LLC, how long have you been the owner of that business?
20 years come January.
And I didn't ask this, but do you have any credentials in the medical field?
Have a BSc in nursing.
Okay. And have you ever seen a CPR policy before?
I have.
Does this look like, and have you ever seen a CPR policy at a nursing home before in your capacity as president for Precision Healthcare Staffing?
Yes, I've seen some.
And when your employees receive information from a nursing home, is there any proof in writing to show that they actually, the facility went over the information, orientation information with them?
Well, from my understanding, I usually don't see it because we're working in the office. From my understanding, when there's orientation required, some facilities do it different. Some of them won't even let you schedule a worker to come in until they have come to the facility, completed the orientation, and they have them to sign off that they've completed an orientation.
Okay,
Some will say, well, they can come 2 hours prior to their first shift, and they'll usually have either the staffing coordinator or the DON there waiting on them so that they can, give them the orientation, and then they have them sign off that they have received the orientation. And some do formal orientations where they get like a group of people and bring them all in at one time, and they may present them with like videos or the documentation on their major policies and things like that, and they usually have them to sign off that they have received the orientation.
so just a CPR policy without any date of receipt, does that appear to be strange to you considering the circumstances?
Everybody does things different, but I thought all policies usually are dated. All the ones in our personal policy at our agency has to be dated. And when we do a revision, we have to do a revision date. So that's the way we usually do it.
Okay. And in the year 2021, this was maybe 14 months post the initiation of COVID.
Yes, I think so.
And do you have reason to believe, to understand what the staffing situation at Choctaw Residential Center was during this period of time?
Well, around 21, everybody in the state was just, it was a mess. There was no staff. Very little consistency at most of the facilities. So when we place people at the facilities, a lot of them wanted them to be on rotation so that they can be the continuous people there for continuity of care with the clients and things like that. But during that time, just the entire state, there was everybody just trying to hold everything together.
And specifically with Miss Sandria Brown, was this her first day at Choctaw Residential Center, if you recall?
From what I recall, I think it was her first shift there working.
Was this her first time working for you in general?
I don't think so. I think she'd been to other facilities before.
And did you encounter any problems with her at the other facilities?
No, not that I can recall.
And since you're here, I want to direct your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit B19. This is actually your statement, page 55.
Yes.
And it says to whom it may concern, but who was that statement directed to?
I think someone from the board contacted me and I spoke with her and she asked me to email in a statement.
And would this be a follow-up from your conversation with Investigator Jones?
I think so.
No further questions from this witness.
Right, Ms. Salzman, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Lyons, did you testify that you have a bachelor's in nursing?
I do.
From where?
University of Mississippi.
And when did you receive that?
99.
And are you a licensed nurse with the Board of Nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've owned Precision Healthcare Staffing, is that what you testified to for about 20 years?
Mhm.
When you were in nursing school, what was the standard of care that was taught for finding a patient with no pulse?
Well, you would, depending on the code status.
What if you didn't know the code status?
If you did not know the code status, you try to find out.
And what if you
Really
couldn't
quick.
find that out? What were you taught in school to do?
I guess to initiate CPR.
You guess to initiate CPR?
Mm.
So in what circumstances would you not initiate CPR if you didn't know code?
Well, I know that in nursing homes, there are different circumstances. I have actually heard of or been involved, well, not been involved in situations where CPR was initiated on people. There were codes and there were incidents like this because the family got upset because CPR was initiated when they were do not resuscitate. So it kind of goes both ways.
What were you taught in school?
Been so
Okay.
long, I guess to initiate.
Do you recall what you were taught in school?
It's been almost 30 years. I'm sorry.
So if you were practicing nurse today, because it's your testimony, your license with this board currently,
Mhm.
right? And you came upon a resident that had no pulse, and maybe you even tried to find the code status immediately, but you were unable to do it. Is it your testimony today that you guess you would start CPR or that you would start CPR? Or
Well-
that you would do neither?
Your Honor, we object and ask an answer. I believe she gave that answer already.
I don't think she's answered it, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't,
There's a lot of different circumstances with this. So every situation is different. From what I've heard in here, there were statements made that the client was being put on hospice and all of that. So I don't know if that's the reason that she.
Your Honor, I don't believe there was
said
any.
DNR. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, there was no testimony previously that this patient was put on hospice care.
The testimony was that they were thinking about putting her on hospice because the care was the health status was declining. So I don't know if thought they were DNR because of that. I don't know. I can't tell you.
So I'm not clear from your answer because I keep hearing I guess. So if you came upon a resident, and I want a yes or no, that had no pulse and you did not or were unable to find code status, didn't know code status or unable to locate it, what would you do?
If I was in an acute care situation, initiate CPR.
What if you're in a long-term care situation?
Long-term care situations are sometimes different because there are people on hospice and things like that. And when they are in that situation, you don't initiate CPR because you'll be on this side getting in trouble for initiating CPR because they are DNR. It goes both ways depending on the setting.
Let me ask it a different way. If you don't know the code status, you don't know if they're full code, or you don't know if they're DNR, what happens if you select DNR to that patient?
I don't select DNR. If I come up on a patient and they say the eyes are rolled back in his head and there is no pulse and they are in a nursing home, and if you don't know if they are DNR or not, and their eyes are already rolled back, I would try to find out because I don't want to be on this side of the equation getting sued or whatever because I initiated CPR and now the family's irate because you initiated CPR on their family member that is supposed to be DNR.
So are you concerned about the person's life or the person's
If
family?
their eyes are rolled back and you don't have a pulse,
You would not initiate CPR.
I would try to determine the code status.
And that's what you were taught in school.
It's been 30 years.
You don't recall what you were taught in school?
In school is generalized information. All the generalized information that you are taught in nursing school, you have to apply to that setting. In an acute care setting where the doors and everything is clearly marked at most facilities on the client's code status, and you know that code status, you would initiate CPR. If you are in a long-term care or hospice situation You come up on a client, his eyes are rolled back in his head, you do not have a pulse. You basically try to determine what that client's code status is. If their eyes are already rolled back in their head and they don't have a pulse.
And then if you don't find out what it is, you try, you look.
You try.
can't find it, what happens? Does the patient just die?
Well, if their eyes are rolled back and you don't have a pulse,
Your testimony, they're already dead?
I don't know, I can't say that, but those are the usual clues of it. And so I would possibly myself, if it wasn't totally clear, I possibly would just initiate CPR. Usually that's what we do, go through the
Of what?
motions, basically, to try, you know.
So you would initiate CPR?
After I determine, possibly, yes.
If a patient has full code status as a nurse, where would that be located?
Usually on the doors and on the front of the chart.
Does that vary from facility to facility?
From the facilities I've worked in, yes, it does.
It does vary.
Mhm.
When you go on shift, do you, as a nurse, try to look at the code status of the patients that you are assigned for that day so that you will have that information available to you
Well,
without having to search it out in an emergency
at most
situation?
places these days, you have to search it out if the administration and the facility have not clearly noted it for you. And when you are in a nursing home and you're taking care of 30+ residents and you're trying to run back, if it's not clearly noted and find a chart somewhere with charts laid out everywhere, and you're trying to go in the computer system, you know, by that time has passed when administration does not have things labeled.
If you were found in that situation, what would you do? Would you call for help?
Yes,
Through what means? How?
yelling is what we usually do, somebody help. Or, you know, there's a button or something you usually can push it some places.
If the timeline between determining code status was approximately 20 minutes, do you find that as a nurse, as a licensed nurse, to be lengthy, a lengthy delay?
In a
Yeah.
nursing home, when the halls are almost a half a mile long, and you're running around trying to find a chart with stuff everywhere, and these facilities are in disarray because of just the current situation of healthcare now.
I believe you were asked about exhibit B19, which is on page 55.
Mhm.
Did you submit this document to the board's investigator?
Yes, ma'am, I think I emailed it to her.
And in that document, you said you did not recall receiving an email that agency staff should come 2 hours early for their shift.
Orientation, yes, ma'am.
And then on page 56, there's an email, I believe, that was referenced earlier from Marilyn Wyatt that says that she spoke with you on, or the email's dated June 1st, 2021, about staff arriving 2 hours before the shift. Do you recall that verbal conversation with Mrs. Wyatt?
I do not.
But you do recall having a conversation at some point after this incident?
Yes, the administrator, and I think the DON called me on the phone.
So you don't recall any discussions prior to that, just after the incident?
Right. If I'm,
Do you know Mrs. Brown personally?
who's Mrs. Brown? Her? No, ma'am, I don't.
Don't know her personally?
No.
How long did she work for Precision before she worked at Choctaw Residential?
I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Is she still employed by Precision?
I don't think so.
Do you know the Choctaw Residential Center policies?
I don't.
Do you know their policies prior to 2021 related to CPR?
No,
Do you know their procedures post
no.
2021? So when you look at the document that I believe he asked you about in B18 that says CPR, you really don't know anything about Choctaw's policy.
No, no,
So
ma'am,
you
I
can't
don't.
say that this is an accurate document or a false
No.
document.
I cannot.
You have no knowledge.
I have no knowledge.
Are you CPR certified currently?
No,
When was the last time you were CPR certified?
mm, probably 10+ years ago.
And today you're here, I know, because that you discussed with Investigator Jones something in relation to the orientation policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you taught about proper CPR protocol when you're in nursing school?
When you go and take your CPR training. Mhm.
No further questions.
Mr. Denson, any redirect?
No redirect.
Any, questions from the hearing panel for this witness?
So, Ms. Lyons, I do have a few questions. Is it commonplace for you to send staff to facilities without an orientation period?
Well, it all depends on the facility and their policies and how they handle things. Now, basically what they do with us is access for staff and we send them what they ask for. Some facilities, as I stated before, they do things differently. Some will basically say, you can't staff them here at all until they had orientation. They won't even let you put them on the schedule until they've come like a day prior or maybe a week prior and did an orientation and they sign them off on the orientation. They usually, from what they tell me, have a book there with orientation policies, and some of them have like a little video for them to watch, and they have to come in and do that and sign off on it. Some of them will say, well, they can come a couple of hours early and either the staffing coordinator or the DON will be waiting on them and show them the policies, go over things with them, kind of show them the units and have them to sign off in the orientation book that they've completed orientation. And like I said, some of them have like a formal orientation that we have to basically send people to, and they'll say, Friday at 1:30, and everybody comes Friday at 1:30 and sign off, watch the film, sign off on all the policies and things like that. It just varies, depends on what the facility has set up as their orientation policy. But usually there's some type of sign off that they've completed orientation.
So do you believe that's best practice, especially in regards to patient care?
Yes.
Have you worked in a long-term care unit?
It's been a while.
Have you, and I noticed that you said you haven't practiced in 10 years or greater, correct?
Yes, possibly.
So with that being said, in long-term care, and I'm just trying to clarify, because you
Mhm.
stated that if they are on hospice, do they have the right to change their mind in long-term care?
I guess, I'm not certain.
And I think, do you stay updated on education as far as nursing practice goes?
I do like some orientation type of things and just, like journal, but not the complete nursing practice.
So do you read your Board of Nursing journal when it comes out?
No, I do not read the entire journal. I'm sorry.
Because just in reflection, March 2019,
I'm sorry.
March 2019 edition would have explained all of this.
Okay.
Any additional questions from, members of the hearing panel? No? All right, Mr. Denson. Would you,
A weird moment for me.
Mhm.
I would like to follow up on
yes, yes, you absolutely have
those
it. I'm gonna
questions,
answer you.
but I'm a little lost regarding the March 2019 article that was spoken about. So I'm kind of out of the loop a little bit. I'm just a lawyer. Could you give me some, and I'm not trying, I guess I have to ask the board a question. The 2019 article,
Was in
Your Honor,
regards
I'm gonna just object to council opposite asking board panel members questions.
Your Honor, the board brought up an issue that was not touched by myself indirect, nor, Attorney Saltzman and Cross, and it's an entirely new issue, nothing that was, submitted. And of course, I'm sure the board is entitled to ask whatever they want, but in order for me to do a good job to follow up, I at least need to know what it is that she's talking about, because unless I read the article and I'm a nurse, I don't know what she just asked about. So I can't follow up.
Okay, so briefly, I think I want to recap that, I heard that, I heard the board member Culpepper, state that the,
March.
March 29th, article published by the
Board of Nursing Training.
Board of Nursing Magazine, touched on some topics. So, Attorney Denton is saying that, to be able to follow up on that, any line of questioning, would need some familiarity with it. Saltzman, is objecting to, the board member providing any additional clarification, on that article. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be permissible just to say what the general topic of the article was, if that resolves the issue, but I certainly think it's inappropriate for us to start bringing in, an article. I haven't seen the article either, if that makes you feel better. So I'm, getting off on this side thing. This is not even the respondent. This is a witness that was called. I think that was just a passing comment made by the board panel member to allow her to know that there's a place where she can get some additional educational information.
How do you with that understanding and, acknowledging that, this witness,
I mean, the
witness's testimony so far, yeah, and
witness hasn't seen this article either. I haven't seen it. He hasn't seen it. So I'm not really sure how that impacts us going forward.
Well, I guess it'd help me if I would know what year, are we talking about March 29, 2024?
okay. So maybe, do you, object, Ms. Saltzman, to, the board member identifying the article?
No, no objection.
It's just state more specifics about the publication, date, and name, and if you know the title, assigned to that article.
March 2019, initiation of CPR.
So as a follow-up. Ms. Lyons, do you know if licensed nurse or LPN are required, are obligated to fully read the Board of Nursing journals?
Not that I'm aware of. It's not that I'm aware of. It's not a requirement from what I understand.
Is there a requirement of your staff to fully read articles published in the Board of Nursing journals?
It's not a requirement, and I think most facilities have policies on their specific initiation depending on what type of facility they are. Their hospice, long-term care, all of that.
And with the topic of the article coming up, does that change your opinion about the requirement of the facilities to have these orientation policies before a temp worker comes?
No, it doesn't change my opinion because even with the article, each facility usually is going to have a policy on their specifics on what's done, depending on the classification of the client.
No further questions.
They call your next witness.
We call,
May she be released from her subpoena? She was here by subpoena.
I have no objection to her release.
All right, she can be accused.
call Andrea Isaac to the stand. Maybe outside. Isaac. Um, Andrea Isaac has been announced by
Wayne Jameson.
Mr. Jameson that Miss Isaac is not here. We had subpoenaed her. She was here this morning and she heard the announcement about breaking for lunch and coming back at 1 o'clock. Assumed that she was behind me. She's not here now. But
Let's take a brief recess to try to contact her.
definitely,
Okay, we'll do that and return. It's 1:56 now. We'll return at 2 o'clock. Oh, 2:01. Let's not just stand there. All right, we are back on the record. We took a brief recess to allow Mr. Denson an opportunity to locate one of his subpoenaed witnesses. And I guess you can give us an update now.
Well, during the recess, I contacted my office to see if the subpoenaed witness, Andrea Isaac, made any contact. My voicemail led to my staff, and apparently she's just ghosted us this afternoon. Notwithstanding, I've spoke to my client and she wants to proceed forward without that witness. With that being said, our next witness would be Sandria Brown.
Ready?
Ms. Brown, could you give the court your full name? Oh, let's see. Okay.
Sandria Brown.
And you are a registered nurse at this time?
Yes.
How old are you, Ms. Brown?
25.
And I want to get some background about your credentials. Where did you go to school?
Meridian Community College.
And did you complete the course of study there?
Yes.
And what degree or certification did you receive?
My LPN and my RN. My LPN and RN.
And did you receive your LPN and RN certification at the same time or different times?
LPN and it's separate times.
When did you receive your LPN certifications or degree?
You say LPN?
Yes.
2019.
And then your RN certifications was received from MCC when?
Last year, 2023.
Okay. Prior to, on July 18, 2021, how long have you been working as a licensed LPN?
Up until that time, from 2019 to 2023. Until 2019 to 2023.
And to let you know, you're actually talking to them, so
Okay.
I'm gonna hear it anyway. So you had been working as an LPN for 2 years before July 18, 2021.
Correct.
And where all did you work prior to July 18, 2021?
Well, I worked at Trend Health and Rehab. That's a nursing home.
Where's that located?
Meridian.
How long did you work there?
Well, I recently just started working there in 2023 at Trend Health and Rehab at the beginning of 2023.
Okay. And where else did you work prior to July 18, 2021?
Bedford Care in Marion, Mississippi.
And how long did you work at Bedford Care?
Since I was with Precision, I don't know the exact date that I signed up with Precision.
Were you working for Bedford Care after July 18, 2021?
Yes, I still went to that facility.
When did you start working for Choctaw Residential Center?
On July the 18th, 2021.
Now, so now we want to direct your attention to that specific date, July 18, 2021. There's an exhibit. Exhibit B17, page 53. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a sign-up sheet for Precision Healthcare Staffing, correct?
Correct.
Did you sign that sheet?
I did.
And what time does it show that you clocked in?
I clocked in at 2:20 p.m.
What time does it show that you clocked out that same day?
It say 12:07 p though.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony from the investigator and emails about a 2 hour coming to work 2 hours before you start working for orientation. At Choctaw Residential Center. Did that happen on July 18, 2021?
No, it didn't.
Were you aware of a 2 hour requirement for orientation on before clocking in at 2:20 p.m. on July 18, 2021?
No, I was not aware.
So when you clock in at 2:20 at this facility, what actually happened?
Can you, what you mean?
When you got to the facility, describe to me what happened. Who did you meet? Who did you talk to? What happened?
Well, I came in, I just asked somebody, I told them my name and I asked them which side will I be on. They told me a side and I went to that particular side and they told me another side that I would be on that particular hall. And I talked to that nurse as far as like taking over from her.
Okay. And would that nurse have been Megan Henry?
No, Megan was working on the hall with me.
Do you know the title of that nurse that you talked to?
I don't.
So other than knowing what hall you would work on, did you get any type of orientation to orient you to that facility?
No, I was just told how to log in. I got my login information, told them how to log in on the computer, and that was it.
I want to direct your attention to what has been previously marked as Exhibit B18, page 54. Have you ever seen this document before July 18, 2021?
No, I haven't.
Did you have any communication with someone at Choctaw Residential Center regarding a CPR policy?
No, I haven't.
Now, it's my understanding that the director of nursing was Kimberly Rowland. Is that your understanding on that day?
Correct.
Did you talk to Kimberly Rowland before your shift started?
No, I didn't.
Did you talk to any administrator at the facility regarding orientation before your shift started?
No, I didn't.
Did someone at the facility tell you where the charts for the residents were located before your shift started?
No, not before.
I want to direct your attention to page 39, exhibit, what's been marked previously as exhibit B14. At the top, it says face sheet. Are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Now, have you ever seen a face sheet at a nursing home facility before?
Yes, at the nursing homes I worked at before I seen the face sheet.
Now, I wanted to show you the top section of the face sheet. It has that admit date, readmit date, discharge date, discharge status. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you have seen face sheets in the past, would there be a code status on the face sheet?
On the face sheets that I've seen in the past, yes, they was.
And what is a face sheet anyway?
A generalized information on the resident.
And where would that be located in the chart?
It can have a copy in the chart as well, and also a layout like on the computer as well.
Okay.
I want to direct your attention to page 42, what's been previously marked as Exhibit B16. Are you there?
I'm here.
It is that's the medication administration record, correct?
Correct.
Earlier, there was testimony about you putting your initials on here at a 6 p.m. time and an 8 p.m. time. That'll be on page 43.
That's correct.
Now, how did you know how to use this? Now, was this information on the computer?
Yes, this was on the computer.
How did you know how to get to this information on the computer?
It's a simple tab that say eat more, and I just log in.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 37 and 38, that previously marked as Exhibit 13. This is the position orders. Do you see that?
I see.
Did you see this position order on the computer on the July 18, 2021?
No, I didn't.
Where did you see this position order on July, either in paper form or otherwise on July 18, 2021?
No, I didn't.
How? So on page 37, do you see at the bottom, there's an indication of full code midway of the page?
Yes, I see it.
All right, go to page 36, B12. This is the departmental notes. Did you make a notation in the computer on July 18, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And midway of this page is this your note?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you read that note out loud for me?
Resident found unresponsible by CNA. She came to this and told me I needed to come and check on resident.
Slow down.
So I got up, went to the resident room and noted that resident eyes was rolled back, and I checked for pulse and could not feel one, so I was hurt. Could not feel one, so I was code known and code status was unknown. I went and looked on the computer. It was not there. I couldn't locate the charts or even the code chart. By the time the other nurse came over to help me, I realized she was a full code.
Now, on that second line, and you kind of messed up when reading it, but I understand. It says, so I was her code known. Was that a mistake or error or something? What did you mean by putting, so I was her code known?
Basically, generalized our code status was unknown.
So at that moment, you were not indicating that you knew the code.
No, I did not know her code status.
And at the end, it says, by the time the other nurse came over to help, I realized she was full code. So did you call for help?
I did. I got assistance with calling for help.
Describe what did you do to get assistance to call for help?
Well, after I noticed that nobody around me knew. Okay, at the time in the room, was in the room with me, nobody knew the code status of the patient, so did I. There was no marker indication on her door that it was a DNR or go ahead full code. I was the only nurse on that particular hall at the time because the other nurse went to the other side to help. So I got one of the CNAs to like call over the intercom on the phone because I didn't know how to page overhead. And as I looked on the computer, I couldn't find anything and I didn't know where the charts was because it wasn't visible to me.
And why is it that you didn't know how to use the overhead system?
Well, I just never used that phone to page overhead.
Would that be something that you would learn to do in an orientation?
It could be.
And you said there was another nurse, but on a different hall.
Yes, she was on like, okay, we was on the hall, but it's like a hall that's like two sides. So the science side that she was supposed to be on, but she was on like the opposite side of the building per se to help somebody else with something. So I was like the only nurse like on both, for both halls.
Now, you testified earlier that you worked in the nursing home capacity before, correct?
Correct.
How many nurses are there normally on a hall like this?
2. It could be 2 to 3.
Okay, and at this time, it was on you.
Correct.
So when you say, I realized she was a full code, how did you come to discover that she was a full code?
By the nurse finding the chart and telling me she was a full code.
Now, was that a paper chart that she found or was that a chart on the computer?
The paper chart.
Now, did you go looking for the paper chart on that night?
I did.
And where did you go to look for the paper chart?
At the nurse's station.
And were you able to find any charts?
No.
And why weren't you able to find, well, strike that. Would the location of charts be established in orientation normally?
Yes, it normally would be.
But you weren't oriented on this day in question, correct?
Correct.
So when you made an attempt to look for charts, where did you go?
To the nurse's station.
And can you describe fully what did you do to attempt to find a chart?
Well, I look for it myself and I asked the CNAs because sometimes usually they would know as well in the facility, especially if they've been there for a while. They wasn't aware of where they was either. So as the other one was like paging overhead for the other CNA to come assist me.
Okay, so but at some point in time, a Megan Henry came down, correct?
Correct.
That's what was she a CNA or a LP?
LPN.
When she came, was Megan Henry a staffed employee with Choctaw Residential Center or a temp employee through Precision?
She was a staff employee.
So undoubtedly, she would have known that facility better than you.
Correct.
So when you called her down, what if any help did she give you to find the chart?
She found the chart.
And once she found the chart, what happened next?
I really can't remember as far as like afterwards though.
Okay. So after she found the chart, you on B12, you say, then I realized she was full code. Did you realize that before she found the chart or after she found the chart?
That's after I had no known status of her code.
I want you to go to exhibit B6. On that report, I want you to go down in the narrative section to the 4th line. there.
Yeah, it started with my name.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna read it. I got a question about it. It says, when Sandria Brown, LPN, stated that she assumed from the report that was handed off at shift change that the resident was a DNR. I'm gonna pause there. Was there any information given to you at a shift change that this resident was a DNR?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Did you ever tell anybody, specifically Kimberly Rowland, the DON, that you received verbal information at shift change that the resident was a DNR?
No.
But you did tell her that you didn't know where the charts were located.
I did tell her that.
And later on in that report, it says you failed to look in computer under physician orders. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did you make an attempt to look in the computer for the code status?
I did.
And earlier you testified that the, mess this up, the medication administration record, you said it was just a click on the tab. You recall that?
Correct.
But the physician orders, was it as simple as a click on the tab?
No, as far as like physician's order, I shouldn't have to go just to a physician's order to look for a code status.
Where would you go to look for a code status?
It'll just pop up with, if I click on a resident's name.
Okay, and when you clicked on the resident's name that evening, did it pop up?
It was nothing in that spot.
What do you mean by nothing?
Like, as far as like, it was like had like a code status written out, but nothing in that particular spot.
So when a code status, so you're saying the code status was blank?
Correct.
And is that when you found out that the code status was blank, is that when you went to a paper chart, or what did you do after you noticed the code status was blank?
I couldn't find a paper chart. I mean, I was looking for a paper chart, but I never put my hands on a paper chart.
The next sentence on exhibit B6 says Sandria Brown, LPN, stated that she did not immediately call for help. Is that statement accurate?
Where you reading it? That's not accurate.
Did you immediately call for help?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the DRN that you immediately called for help?
DON, yes, I did.
Deal. Now, was there a code status on the door of that resident?
No, there wasn't.
Their code status on the, well, before I ask that question, did you ever see the chart that night?
When Megan found it and pulled it out.
Okay. Was there a code status on the front cover of that chart?
When she opened it, yes.
On the front of the chart?
No.
I want to direct your attention to exhibit B7. So from the bottom, 5 lines up, starting with if I know.
Okay, I see.
All right, can you read that out to me?
If I've had known more of this resident's health issue and properly orientated to this facility, I could have prepared myself more in a case like this.
What more did you need to know, and how could you have prepared yourself in a case like this? What
Well,
were you saying in that statement?
Well, in this particular statement, as far as like knowing more about this patient's health, I would say from a nurse standpoint, instead of instead of the CNAs around me per se. Um, if I've known that she's been declining health as it was reported, I could have been prepare myself more in a situation to go ahead and look for these type of charts if I couldn't easily assess it on that computer at that time that I was in. And while I was making rounds on her as well.
Are you saying in advance you would have determined if this was a DNR or full code?
Right, correct.
And read the next sentence on July 21st. Tell me about that.
On July the 21st, 2021, another nurse that worked at this facility informed me that the administrator and DON came into the facility and started putting code stickers on residence charts and code status in the computer.
And what's the last sentence?
It was stated that 11 residents didn't have a code status on the computer.
And this is what you were telling Investigator Jones
Yes, I sent this to her.
did, and did she acknowledge receipt of this information at some point in time?
You asked me, did I speak to her after sending this letter? The email?
Did she by email or in a letter or verbally, did she acknowledge that she actually received the statement from you?
Well, I emailed it to her, but I'm pretty sure she probably said she accepted it after I sent the email.
The email then bounced back to you.
Right, correct.
Go to D11 for page 31. This is a statement of Megan Henry. And I'm in the middle of that statement. It says, I quote, I asked the nurse if she was full code and she told me she was a DNR, end quote. This is Megan Henry undoubtedly referring to you, saying that you told her that the resident was a DNR. Did you tell Megan Henry that the resident was a DNR?
No, I did not.
The next 2 sentences down says, she called the DON at 9:37 p.m. to notify of death, called coroner 9:40 p.m., called family at 9:45 p.m. Says, I then realized that the resident was a full code. Now, did Megan Henry determine that the resident was a full code after all those calls, or it was when you called her for help immediately after you couldn't find it?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
I'm asking what her perception is of the facts, and Your Honor, certainly the document is here, but this witness, if the witness was here, would have given way more information than what the document says, and we have a person that was actually here to determine when.
The person, I'm sorry, the person that was here is not the person that made the statement. That was Isaac. This is Miss Henry's statement.
No, I'm saying the person that's here is my client. And she can say when her and Megan Henry had a discussion about this president being full code. And if it was after all these calls were made, as Megan Henry asserts in her statement.
Oh, yes, the objection is over.
Is this the timeline as stated by Megan Henry?
I remember at that time when I called for her assistance, somebody got her over for assistance, and I told her particularly that I did not know the code status of that resident. There was no way of me saying that she was a DNR or a full code. She found the charts and she determined that it was a full code.
Do you recall her making any other calls before you and her had that discussion about the resident being a full code?
I can't say the timelines per se. It was 2 years, 3 years ago, but I don't know why she would make those calls if I already told her that I did not know the code status of this resident.
We'll get back to that night in just a moment. Go with me to B21, page 57. No, let's go to 58. Next page. I represent to you that this is a confirmation page of the application for RN license. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And on the bottom of page 58, the question is, and I quote it, have you been denied licensure / certification, comma, had disciplinary actions, or is action pending against you by a board of nursing, comma, regulatory agency or certified organization of any state or jurisdiction? You answer no.
Correct.
Did you know if a pending investigation, if there was an investigation pending against you as of May 7th, 2023?
At this time, when I was filling out this information, I marked no because I simply wasn't thinking about it, honestly. I was been working, nobody asked me any questions about my license per se. I know they be having to pull them, so I didn't know anything was really still being on my license pending or anything.
Have you received a letter or a call from anybody from the Board of Nursing regarding the incident that occurred on July 18, 2021?
Yes, in 2021.
But after speaking to the investigator in 2021, did you receive any other letter or email or call from the investigator or any part of the Board of Nursing regarding that incident?
Oh, no, I haven't.
When you now, a part of the allegation in the amended complaint is CPR had not been properly initiated by you on July 18, 2021. You are aware of that allegation, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain why you didn't immediately initiate CPR on July 18, 2021?
Well, at that instance, I misjudged the situation based off information that I was given at that time in that room. I took information from the CNAs that was right there in the room with me stating the health of that particular resident. I had no knowledge, prior knowledge to that resident, so it had me act in a different instance. So I had to figure out this particular code status for this patient. I couldn't just yell out for anybody because the nurse wasn't there and the CNAs couldn't help me. So I had to go look for this particular information.
If a nurse was on the same hall with you instead of being on the other end, could you have, what assistance, if any, would she have been able to give regarding the status of that resident?
Well, she could have easily accessed the information that I needed.
And if you provided from that nurse, if she was there at the nurse station, that this was a full code after looking in the charts that she was obviously well aware of, what would you have done?
Initiated CPR and
At the time, and a transition again here, on May 7, 2023, when you were filling out the application for the RN licensure examination, did you have any reason to believe that you were given false information on that document?
no, I didn't.
Did you have any reason to believe that you were attempting to commit fraud or deceive the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Absolutely not.
No further questions from this witness.
Ms. Osman?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Brown, where are you currently employed?
I'm at Baptist Anderson Meridian,
What do you do there?
RN ER,
And what is Baptist Anderson?
hospital.
Have you had any other disciplinary issues at any of the other places that you've worked since being licensed as an LPN or RN?
No, ma'am.
So did you receive any type of discipline for this incident that we're here on today?
You say that again?
Did you receive any type of discipline for the incident that we're here on today?
No, it's about the letter that I got, that I received.
Any kind?
No, ma'am.
So I believe the testimony was that you were working at Precision Healthcare at the time. So you were working at Choctaw Residential Center, but for Precision Healthcare, you were staff.
Correct. Through Precision that staffed the facilities.
So after this incident occurred, were you terminated? Were you reprimanded? What happened?
No, I was still picking up shifts there. I was working mainly in Marion then through Precision.
But did you ever work at this facility again after this incident at Choctaw Residential?
No, I haven't.
How many rooms were on the pink side of the facility at Choctaw Residential?
You say resident? How many?
rooms were on the pink side?
Maybe 30, because we're not allowed to take more than 30 patients per one nurse.
On that one hallway?
Correct.
And where was this particular residence room located on that hallway?
It's down the hallway, not close to the nurse's station.
Did that hallway end with a door?
Yes.
So if you had to estimate where this room was located, where would it be along that hallway?
I would say in the middle of the door, in the middle of the nurse's station.
Are you CPR certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you CPR certified in July of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but your testimony today is not that you found a DNR status, right?
Correct.
And it is not that you found a full code status, correct?
Correct.
Testimony today is that you found no status.
Correct.
So in school, what were you taught when you find a resident with no pulse and you're unable to locate the status of the code.
Initiate CPR until the code status is known.
Did you do that in this case?
I didn't.
If you could do it again, what would you do?
Do it all over and just do CPR at that time and just tell them to get Megan over here as soon as possible.
And this was your first day at this facility, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe I heard you mention, correct me again if I'm wrong, that you did not know how to work the intercom system?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that, what is the intercom system? Is that something separate than the call light for a patient?
Yes, it's just a phone at the nursing station, like the page. That's what I was talking about.
So is there anything in the room that you could have done? Was there a resident call light that you could have hit?
I mean, I could have pressed the call light, but it was nobody up there at that station that could help me. Like I needed the nurse, not a CNA.
If you would look at page 31, that's exhibit B11. I think we discussed it at length, and I'll try to be as brief as possible, but this is Mrs. Henry's statement about that incident, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that she says that she was called back to the pink side, and that's the side you were on, is that correct?
Correct.
From the blue side at 9:35 PM. Is that right?
I can't say a particular time, but she definitely was called back.
That's what her statement says.
Yeah, okay, yeah, correct.
And could you just walk us through the events on 7/21 from the time you were notified by the CNA that a resident was unresponsive?
So once I went down there to that room, the CNA that was assigned to that resident, so I was in there and I assessed her everything, notified that she did not have no pulse. One of the CNAs, she went out and I remember she got my stethoscope and I was asking the other CNAs around me, like, did anybody know her code status or anything? Nobody knew. I didn't have no type of verification around me. I didn't have the other nurse to kind of like yell out to me down the hall or anything. So I did proceed to run out the room to go look for a code status myself.
Why did you do that instead of initiating CPR?
It was the information that I was given at that time stating that she was on hospice and that her health was declining, which I was not aware of at that time. So it made me take a different route in that instance.
So I believe you clocked into work that day about 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And this incident occurred around 9:15, is that correct?
Correct.
So you had been working for about 7 hours there that day.
Correct.
Had you been using the computers for other patients and other residents?
Yes, I was charting meds on it.
Had you accessed any physician's orders throughout that 7-hour and 15-minute period?
No, ma'am.
The physician's orders located in the computer?
It is.
And it's your testimony today, you just didn't know how to find them,
That's correct.
but you were able to use the EMR that day.
Yeah, I was in the computer that day.
I know there's been a lot of discussion today about facility policy, the CPR policy, whether it had a date, whether it doesn't have a date. But in the end, you agree, right, that there was a physician order for a full code?
Correct.
You agree that you found a resident with no pulse after being alerted by the CNA?
Correct.
9:15, correct?
Correct.
You admit today that you did not initiate.
Correct.
Let's talk about the application for RN licensure. Why did you not disclose or at least reach out to the board to inquire about what your investigations? pending before submitting your application?
Honestly, at that time, it didn't even cross my mind to properly reach out to the board. I read it as far as like, I just didn't have nothing, I wasn't denied any license. I didn't think I had anything pending on my license because I was still working, so I would think that it would flag or something like when I was been working. So I don't know, at that particular time, I was just answering the question as truthfully as honest as I could.
Are you familiar with the rules that the board has in place, specifically Part 2830 as a nurse?
No, ma'am.
Do you know that the RN shall be held accountable for the quality of nursing care given by her or others that she supervises?
Yes, ma'am.
As an LPN, did you understand that you have to accept responsibility for individual nursing actions, competence, decisions, behavior in the course of your nursing practice?
Yes, ma'am.
And what again were you taught in school related to what should be done when you find a patient and do not know the code status?
Go ahead and initiate CPR.
Right. What is the generally accepted standard of nursing practice for a patient without a pulse?
Initiate CPR as the code status is, being discovered.
I think you testified that Megan found the code status. Do you recall where she found that?
It was, behind the nurse's station and like this, it was like this big cart that was like covered over with like a sheet covering type of thing. So it wasn't by the nurse's station, it wasn't visible to eye.
You were asked about the face sheet and you may have stated that sometimes the code status is on the face sheet, correct?
Correct,
And that's not what this case is about today, is
correct.
it's about your actions, not about, I think we all, let me rephrase. Is the question today about what you did when you did not know what the code status was?
Say that
We
again.
That's a
object,
bad
I believe
question.
That's a legal opinion for the board and for the hearing officer. to
I'll
determine.
withdraw it. Today, is it your testimony you did not know the code status?
Cor-
This particular resident,
Correct,
that you were unable to locate,
correct,
that you did not initiate CPR.
correct.
No redirect.
Any questions from the, board hearing panel? Ms. Brown? Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Brown, just based on the standard of practice for nursing, are you supposed to check your charts before you begin your shift?
I'm not sure about that. You said, ask your question again?
So, as a standard of practice, are we supposed to be checking charts before we start our shift, especially if it is patients we have not worked with?
I think it would be in the best interest to look at those charts.
Before that day, had you performed CPR before?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Need some clarification. From the time that the CNA come and informed you that the patient was bad, but not, I guess, was pulseless, how long did it take you to, when you went to the room and saw what you saw, and then you came out to look for the charts, how long were you looking for the charts?
Well, as I was looking, I got somebody to call overhead. I mean, it didn't take long for me to be like, realize I just can't see it.
Was CPR ever done on this patient? by anybody?
I don't think so. I can't recall.
You did say you're currently have a BLS card currently,
Correct,
and now an ACLS card also now.
correct.
Had you seen this patient prior to this incident that day? Did you go in and make rounds before? And
Yes, and that's, I think in the statement I wrote, like I seen her last like around 8 p.m. I'm just telling you, that's what I wrote. It was like around 8 p.m.
nothing unusual at that time? How many patients did you have that night?
I can't tell you how many per se and all, but I know that hall hold 30 patients. So I don't know if it was a full 30 or not.
And you did testify that was your very first time to be there? Correct. Was that your first time to ever work for a long-term care facility?
No,
Just a couple questions. So I know that you said that you felt like you weren't properly oriented to this facility. Did you go to anyone to voice your concerns about not having proper orientation?
no, I didn't.
And then I know that you testified that you worked in nursing homes before this. In a typical handoff or report from a previous nurse, is that something that's typically discussed, like a code status, like when you get a report from the nurse that's leaving?
Not usually, no ma'am.
And then just clarification on one thing. The CNA, Megan, that was in there with you during this,
Megan is a LPN.
that was in there with you. It's in her testimony, I think, on B11 that you told her that she was a DNR. Was that correct or?
That's not correct. That's incorrect.
Additional questions from any of the members of the hearing panel? Right, Mr. Denson, any follow-up questions based on the line of question?
No follow-up questions based on the board's questions. And this is our last witness and.
Okay, all right. We can begin now with closing statements. Start with.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Mrs. Brown has violated the nursing practice law in that she practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing. And she also falsified her RN application for licensure with this board. Today, you've heard evidence that Mrs. Brown was first alerted by a CNA that a resident was unresponsive at 9:15 p.m. She went to check on the residents, found no pulse, but then could not find anything in the resident's code status. Instead of initiating CPR, she instead declared the resident basically a DNR on her own. 20 minutes later, 20 minutes, let that sit for a minute with everyone. 20 minutes is a long time. It was over 20 minutes later when another LPN returned from a different part of the facility and realized that this resident was in fact a full code. This resident passed away. The difference in full code and DNR is a matter of life, possible life, or certain death. Whether the resident was at the end of the life or had 20 years left is irrelevant in this case. The resident had a physician's order in place for a full code status. We don't know what the outcome would have been if CPR had been initiated that day because Mrs. Brown didn't do what was ordered for this resident. This is about living and dying, and her actions here should not be minimalized. A full code resident died without CPR being initiated. Mrs. Brown then applied for her RN license with this board and did not disclose that she had a pending investigation, even though she'd had communications with this board about that investigation. Today, I would ask that you look at the charges in the amended complaint carefully. If an LPN cannot find a DNR order, what should be done? What was that LPN taught to be done in school? What is the generally accepted standard of practice where a DNR order is not found or can't be found? Because it's in her own statement, she admits she can't find the code status. This is not a case about how the facility marked something. This is not a case about whether that CPR had a date. This is a case about not knowing the code status and what should be done. What is the standard of care that should be given to a person when the code status can't be found? This panel consists of nurses. You each know what should have been done. You each know what the generally accepted standard of practice is in this type of circumstance. She found no pulse, and she admits CPR should have been attempted. It's the duty of this board to protect the health and safety of the public. Mrs. Brown could not find the answer to that code status that day. Although I would submit to you that she was in the charts that day. She was able to administer medicine. She was in the EMR. She had been there for over 7 hours. She simply did not know the code status for the person that was under her care. The physician's order clearly marked the status as full code. That's not in question today. Again, instead of immediately initiating CPR on a resident that she found without a pulse, she failed to practice nursing in line with generally accepted standards of practice, and that resident passed away. We can't go back and know what would have happened. If you're going to choose potential life over certain death, not doing CPR is certain death. Thank you.
Mr. Denson?
I start out with the allegations of fraud and deceit. We're talking about May 7th, 2023. Question, have you been denied licensure certification? That answer is no. Have you had a disciplinary action? There was no action. That answer is no. Or is there an action pending against you by the Board of Nursing, regulatory agency, or certified organization of any state? The truth of the matter is, there's an action pending right now. But before that letter was written, there was no action pending. There was an investigation. If the Board of Nursing wants to punish somebody and say they did wrong, let's go back to the drafters of this application and fix the wording. Is there a pending investigation? Because that's different from an action. You can have a pending investigation, but nobody ever been charged yet. I know it's not criminal, but we're talking about due process nonetheless. She did not have an action pending. There was no action pending. What's happening is the state is trying to get the board to determine that an investigation is an action. There's been no testimony to say that an investigation, in fact, an action. There's a definition section among the administrative codes. It doesn't define what an action is. Now, at this moment, is it where we're just supposed to guess? A person is supposed to be guessing each time? Is there an action pending against me? And somebody even asked her, I think Ms. Saltzman asked her, why didn't you call? Well, why does she have to call? Y'all have the power. Y'all have the records. Call her, send her a letter, send her something certified. So that way, when she's punished for saying she don't have an action, she got sufficient information to say that she was on notice that an actual action is pending, not some statement from 2 years ago. I think it would be unfair to say that she did a false filing, or forged, or altered some documents, when I think the requirement is on the state to provide sufficient language so the lay person can understand what it is that is happening so they can answer properly. That's all that happened. I believe if the Board of Nursing, and I appreciate the Board of Nursing doing their job, but the investigator would have sent her something, told her, hey, don't forget, don't even apply for nursing. Don't apply for, stop going to school, stop trying to get upwardly mobile because you have an investigation pending. So just know now, you're not going to be able to apply for anything.
If that was done, then yeah, throw her under the bus. Because she knew the whole time she should have never applied, but that wasn't done. For 18 months, nothing happens. Now all of a sudden, I don't even know why this came up now, but all of a sudden, she filled out an application, and not when she filled out the application, but several months later, something came up. So it is not even reasonable to believe that she committed fraud or to believe that she even knew that an investigation was going on. And I'm saying investigation, the inquiry used the word disciplinary action. We're in the disciplinary action that's pending right now. In fact, I can ask for a continuance because it's pending. You can't ask for a continuance of an investigation. There was no pending action. Going to what happened on July 18th, 2021. And standard is whether the respondent was negligent or willfully practiced nursing essentially below the standard of care. We just can't say that the CPR requires this. If what you learn in school requires this, and just do that. Y'all are nurses, I'm sure y'all had some experience in the practical world. Sometimes what a book says and what the circumstances are slightly different. Think about this, and I want the board to be thinking this. We're in the middle of, we're 14 months, maybe a year in the middle of COVID. They are staffing, pulling people who they can from wherever they can. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. My client testified that the charts were covered up. I don't think that's the norm, charts being covered up, but that's the only testimony we have as to the location of charts. They were covered up. There's also her statement that the facility, after this occurrence took place, they came out and started marking charts, came out and started putting codes in. Well, if the standard is, if there's no code, just issue CPR, why are they putting codes in? Why is it important for orientation? All of that matters. That's very important. She didn't have orientation, and I go after nursing homes because I think they should do what they're supposed to do, but I know nursing homes do a lot of things just to cover their own self. They throw nurses under the bus many times to cover their exposure. That's exactly what it looks like here. They should have put this information where it could have been seen, code or no code, put a sticker on the door. It's just a sticker. Put it on the door, put it on the front of, put it on the face sheet. But no, what they want is in the middle of COVID, you have insufficient staff, obviously, because they're getting staffing from Precision Healthcare. With all that going on, get a person there one day, don't do the orientation, and then hold them up to a standard that they shouldn't even be held up to, because the facility is not holding the standard where they can apply the standard properly. But here she's now being assessed a standard as if everything was perfect that night. And she testified, if she can do it all over again, I think that makes a difference. If she can do it all over again, she wouldn't do the same thing. I bet if she can do it all over again, she would not work at Choctaw Residential Center, and she would make sure that the orientation was proper. So it's just not, we're not just looking at this in a vacuum as to what happened on that night regarding her alone. Let's look at everything that happens. We have testimony from Ms. Shonda Lyons that they didn't do the orientation properly. They never told her about orientation. And that's, I believe, or I'm not a nurse in the medical field, but I believe orientation is important, because when that critical moment hits, then you need people to be able to act with knowledge. She was not able to. She didn't even have a nurse on her end to shout out for help. CNA is giving her information. She had to go and confirm. For that, given the circumstances, our position is that somebody passed, but it wasn't because she failed to do what she was supposed to do. It's because there were a lot of things, a lot of pieces that were not in place that caused this to happen. Thank you.
This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2021-0626 involving the licensee, Ms. Sadrea Brown.
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. On the record, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2021-0626 involving the licensee, Ms. Sadrea Brown, license number R-924077. Related to charge one, the board found unanimously that the evidence was sufficient to find the licensee guilty of guilty of charge one. Charge two, the board voted unanimously that insufficient evidence was presented at the hearing to find the licensee guilty of charge two. So the board unanimously found the licensee not guilty of charge two. Related to charge three, the board found unanimously that that insufficient evidence was presented at the hearing to find the licensee guilty of charge three. So the board voted unanimously to find the licensee not guilty of charge three. Related to the guilty finding under charge one, the board imposes the following penalty: formal reprimand, $500 fine, and 2 courses, ethical and legal issues in nursing for 6 hours, and upholding the standard for 4.5 hours. That concludes the board's, the announcement of the board's decision in case number 2021-0626. Any questions from the parties?
For the licensee, I did charge one, penalty is formal reprimand, and 2 courses.
And a $500 fine. And a final order will be provided within 30 days. And once you get that final, you should receive that final order.
So once I receive that final order in the mail, that's who I talk to and pay the fine to, basically.
The fine will be paid to the board. So, yeah, you can contact the board to determine, if it's not addressed in the order, but you can contact the board to figure out how to pay that $500 fine. The effective date of the order is 30 days after you receive it. I'm sorry, 30 days after the executive director signs it.
And I'll get help on how to do these courses, required courses.
Yes, you can also contact the board to if you need assistance with locating the board approved workshops on course on ethical and legal issues in nursing and upholding the standard. I believe those courses are available on the NCSBN's website. But yeah, if you need assistance locating those 2 courses and how to sign up and actually participate and attend and take the course, you just ask the board when you contact. You'll have an assigned compliance officer. And once you get your order and the order is effective after that, 30 days after the executive director signs it, then at that time, yes, you can ask your compliance officer questions about how to locate these 2 courses and how to pay that $500.
Okay.
Additional questions?
It would be excused.
Yeah, this concludes the hearing. Thank you.
Nice to meet everybody.
I'll give you like 2 minutes.
Yes, yes. on the docket, case number 2023-0581 involving the licensee, Miss Andrea Bishop, license numbers P-336936 and R-925428. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to engage the questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Miss Andrea Bishop, present?
She is.
Ms. Bishop, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I ask your attorney to state his name for the record.
Doug Mercier for Miss Bishop.
There any preliminary matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I first would move that we enter into, if there's no objection, enter into evidence exhibits B1 through B18, as well as the respondent has some exhibits R1 through R5.
Are there any objections from the parties related to the admission of the exhibits?
No objections.
I would also request those be placed under seal for protection of health information.
Objection, Ms. Salter?
And then, Your Honor, the parties have reached a settlement of sorts. We're going to agree to stipulate, I believe it's my understanding that the agreement is that the state will drop charges 1, 4, and 5 of the complaint in exchange for Mrs. Bishop's admission to charges 1 and 3. Do I have that correct?
That's correct.
And that she will admit to the facts in the complaint. And I believe she also would like to address the board as well.
Which ones? 1, 4, and 5?
The state's gonna drop 1, 4, and 5, and Ms. Bishop is gonna agree to charges 1 and 3.
1 and 3 or 2 and 3?
Dropping 2, 4, and 5.
I'm sorry. I'm dropping 2, 4, and 5. She's, yes,
And 1 and 3. Okay.
she's admitting to 1 and 3. Is that correct? Sorry,
That's
I
correct.
said it wrong.
So, the exhibits, the proposed exhibits by the parties are admitted in today's record. Complaint is from the complaint, charges 2, 4, and 5 are dropped by board counsel, licensee, read the guilt related to charges 1 and 3. And
That's
it's,
correct.
with violations provided in charges 1 and 3. And also admits to the facts of the complaint.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, the state's also dropping charge 6. It's an amended complaint. So we're only proceeding on 1 and 3.
Correct.
The amended complaint, and the facts that are stipulated to will end in her statement to the board on or about August 23rd, 23 will be deleted from the stipulation related to her application. So so the parties are only agreeing to, or the agreed stipulations only to 1 and 3. That's what I'm talking about. I just realized this is in, so making sure you fully understand. This is coming out. These- It'll only be 1 and three.
Right.
So everything else is a six, yes, so this is out as well.
Right. Very
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
You want to announce that, so. it's a
Yes,
right there.
just so we're clear, and it's exhibit B5, pages 22 and 23, the amended complaint. Just so we're clear, Mrs. Bishop is admitting to charges 1 and 3. All other charges are dismissed. She admits to the facts stipulated in the complaint with the exception of the last paragraph of the amended complaint, beginning on or about August 29th. The state is agreeing to withdraw everything other than charges 1 and 3 and is agreeing to withdraw the last paragraph of the facts. And specific and everything. On page 22. Yeah, yeah, see it. It's the same charges except with 6 that I agree with John. And that last paragraph, those are the only differences. Got it. Okay, but it is here,
It's
which
the
is
same.
it.
It's the same.
It's exactly the same, except 6 was added in that last paragraph.
Oh, okay, so we're
So
dropping.
we're taking out 2, 4, 5, and 6
Okay.
in the last
All
paragraph.
right, we didn't use 6 before, because it was not on the one.
Right, I did
Okay,
the
we need
same
to-
thing.
Yeah, do it formally then, and
Mhm.
then get rid of that too.
I know that was clear as mud, sorry. Is that clear now when we look at pages 22 and 23 for the amended complaint? She's admitting to charges 1 and 3. All other charges are dropped, including the last factual part of that complaint, the last paragraph. Yes. All other charges are dropped other than 1 and 3.
If the ready to proceed, you may do so now. If the parties could clarify, related to the facts in the complaint that need to be withdrawn. Can you identify those? Just one more time, I'm sorry.
It's fine, just the last paragraph
Just
that
the-
says on or about August 29th. We're withdrawing that paragraph. That paragraph relates to charge 6 that's also being dropped.
Ms. Pierce?
No, Your Honor. I think Mr. Mercier and I discussed that his client may want to say a few words.
Before she begins, I'd like for the court clerk to swear in.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
State your full names for the record.
Andrea Brianna Bishop.
Ms. Bishop, you've already, for your testimony, gone through what the board counsel and I have agreed to, and that is you're admitting to charges 1 and 3 of the complaint in your case. And is that your understanding?
Yes,
Okay, and you need to speak.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, all right. Now, charge 3 relates to what's called pre-charting, and I'll just read it for the record. Charge 3, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner by recording entries prior to patient care, including but not limited to medication administration and treatments in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820, Rule 1.2E3. Now, substantively, that's referring to what's generally called pre-charting. You understand that?
I understand that.
And you gave a statement to the board in response to an investigator in which you admitted to pre-charting.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'd like you just to explain to the board how this activity by you came about, when it came about, and how, so they'll understand a little bit about the back.
Well, during this time, the facility had just switched over to computer charting. The year and a half that I was working there prior to, we were strictly paper charting and doing nursing narratives. So when this computer system came into play, there weren't really any policies or instructions or anything put in place that we could go by that would guide us along how we're supposed to be charting in this new system. So that's kind of how it came about. Now,
Now that's how it came about. Now, you stipulated to what's on the complaint for certain patients, and that's for a certain day or days. Could you explain to the board exactly how the charting system worked in your view?
so the charting system worked. It was kind of like a nursing narrative, or what you would call maybe charting by exception. Most of, or all of the patients that we would take care of were stable when they would come in. If they weren't allowed to come to the facility. So you would do your normal day-to-day things such as feeding them, changing them, turning them. And if anything was out of the ordinary, then you could go in and chart on your narrative if something had changed with that patient. Otherwise, you would do your basic activities of daily care for that patient because it was a daycare styled facility. So you would do your activities of daily care. And if nothing was out of the ordinary for that patient that day, that was pretty much what you charted was their daily care that you performed.
Let me clarify something, or let you clarify. You said this was basically a daycare. What was the, how would you describe the patients that this facility took care of?
They mainly had developmental delays, or were born with, certain illnesses from birth. But they were only able to come if they were manageable for the facility. So there were certain things that we weren't allowed to take, but mainly all of our patients that we would take care of during the day were basically stable as far as that goes.
What age group?
We would take care of children anywhere from, I think, 6 months to 21 years of age.
And were these residents in the facility, or did they come and go every day?
They come and go every day.
Now, you mentioned the way you were charting. Why did you, well, I don't think you fully explained to the board exactly how you were charting and why you were charting and what made it pre-charting in your mind when?
Okay. normally in the facility, if you have 6 patients to yourself, you are supposed to have a direct care worker working alongside you. On this day, I did not have a direct care worker and I did have 6 patients. So a day like that would look like me having to do their nursing care on top of the changing, the turning, the feeding. So I would have to cluster care in order to take care of all of these patients by myself. So in the system, charting by exception, if everything was stable with that patient, I would just put in what they ate or when they took a nap or just, those things. And whenever I would get the chance to sit down, which wasn't a lot, then that's when I could go in and say, okay, well, this deviated from what they did or didn't. And then I would go in and chart by exception if I needed to.
You were charting ahead, which you know is wrong.
Right, correct.
But the entries you were making is what you knew these patients that you took care of on a regular basis, these were the regular activities for these
Correct.
patients.
Correct.
But you knew that it was not correct to pre-chart
Right,
when you did it.
correct.
Okay. That's all the questions.
Questions from the board, I'm sorry, board council? Or Ms. Bishop? Any questions from the hearing panel or Ms. Bishop? Closing statements? Concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0581. This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate upon this case.
That motion.
A second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? And now I'll entertain a motion to actually go into executive session at deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the board is now in executive session to deliberate on this case. Announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0581 involving the licensee, Ms. Andrea Bishop. It's stated on the record. Board council dismissed the charges 2, 4, 5, and 6. The remaining charges 1 and 3, the licensee admitted guilt to those. So the penalty imposed is as follows. Board voted unanimously to impose the following penalty: a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, and a 2-hour course in nursing documentation, legal aspects involving challenging situations when documenting. And that particular course, I may not have actually stated the name in full, but it is a board-approved nursing documentation course, and the full name will be spelled out in that final order to help you better identify that course. That concludes the announcement of the penalty and also concludes the hearing in this matter. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-0113, involving the licensee, Ms. Latrice Nance, license number R-919845. I am Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN. Jamie Clanton, RN. Carly Walker, LPN.
And
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Ms. Latrice Nance present.
Yes,
Ms. Nance, are you represented by counsel?
yes, I am.
This time I'll ask you, Mr. Messier, to state your name for the record, counsel for the licensee.
Doug Messier, attorney for Latrice Nance.
And are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board would ask that exhibits B1 through B16 be admitted into evidence under seal to protect health information.
Any objections to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Messier?
No objections.
Are admitted into today's record under seal to protect patient information or to protect health information. The individuals in attendance that will give testimony today, can you please state your name for the record?
Wanda Jones.
Mr. Mercier, is Ms. Nance going to give testimony today? All right, now I'll ask the court reporter to swear you both in.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questions. And at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. Hoffman, if you're ready to begin, we can start now with the opening statement from the board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today for disciplinary charges filed against the license of Ms. Latrice Nance to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi. She was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi in January of 2022. Today, the evidence will show that she's been charged with violations of Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29(1)(c) and 1(e) in relation to her actions on February the 2nd, 2023, while she was working as a licensed RN at Dugan Memorial Home in West Point, Mississippi. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garcia?
The complaint in this matter, in addition to citing the particular statutes for the charges, states that the respondent pushed the pedal on resident A's wheelchair while resident A is already leaning forward in his wheelchair. That's the allegation that the board counsel has put forth before the board to consider, that the respondent pushed the foot pedal in resident A wheelchair forward. There is a video tape of this matter, which I'm assuming will be able to be shown to the board. And you'll be able to see that that is not what happened here. It is true that the resident fell out of the wheelchair, but there were circumstances that you can see that aren't mentioned here in this paragraph that explain what happened. And Ms. Nance is not guilty of charge 1 or charge 2.
Thank you. Ms. Osman, you may begin. If you're ready.
Thank you. The board calls Investigator Tawanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency, Rankin, and my employment is with the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
What is your position there?
Investigator,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years.
During that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in the discipline of a licensee with this board?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties to investigate complaints that are received by this board related to licensees of this board?
yes.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B3, and that's on page 5. I'm sorry. If you would turn to Exhibit B3, page 4, and identify that document, please.
Read page 4.
Page 5, sorry.
This is a license verification for an RN.
And who is the RN listed on this license verification?
Latrice Nance,
And what's the license number?
919845,
And what's the type
registered nurse,
and status?
active.
And when was this license issued?
It was issued on 1/13/2022,
And what is the expiration date for this license?
12/31/2024.
You would please turn to Exhibit B5. And I believe that's found on page 7. And identify that document, please.
B5 is a notice of hearing.
And when did this hearing, when was it originally noticed?
The date on this letter is October 30th, 2023.
And when was the hearing noticed for originally?
This notice is for February 8th, 2024.
And then was this matter subsequently continued?
Yes.
If you would, let's look at that complaint for a second. One that's found on page 8. I'm sorry, look at page 8. Could you identify that document?
This is a complaint regarding Latrice Nance.
And what are the 2 charges listed against Mrs. Nance?
Charge 1 is the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice.
And what facts are listed there to support these charges?
The facts that are listed as the respondent was employed as a nurse at Dugan Memorial Home in West Point, Mississippi on or about February 2nd, 2023. Video surveillance shows the respondent push the foot pedal on the resident A's wheelchair while resident A is already leaning forward in his wheelchair. Coverage then depicts the respondent pushed the wheelchair forward, resulting in the resident A falling on the floor and hitting his head against the ground. The respondent then pulls the wheelchair backwards over resident A's legs. This is after the fall. The respondent did not immediately check on the resident A.
After receiving investigation about an alleged event, what do you do typically in your investigation to conduct that investigation?
Once the investigation is assigned, I request documents by way of subpoena, and then I do a desk review of those documents that I receive.
Are the documents we've entered today true and correct copies of what you received during your investigation?
Yes.
If you would, please turn with me to Exhibit 8. I believe that's on page. Tell me the page. My pages are off.
Exhibit 8.
Page
Page 16.
16. Identify that document, please.
This is an admission record for patient EV.
Can you tell us what the date of this resident's admission was, just the date?
The date of EV's admission is 1/31/2023.
And if you could, looking towards the bottom of this record, could you tell us what the diagnosis was for this resident to be here? And I think it's more towards the back, second page. Towards the end of page of the admission record.
The patient had a stroke.
Does it say whether he needs assistance with personal care?
Yes.
Say if he has any speech or language deficit?
Yes.
Does he have muscle weakness?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. Does he have muscle weakness according to this diagnosis on the admission record?
Yes.
Do you have a swallowing disorder according to this admission record?
Yes.
Please turn to Exhibit B12 and identify that document, please. I believe it's on page 24. And what is this document?
B12 is the facility's fall prevention policy.
And if you would tell us what it says there, related to number 1, what's marked number 1?
Number 1 is fall risk assessment is performed on every elder. At a minimum, a fall risk assessment takes into consideration cognitive status, general health, mobility, transferability, weight-bearing status, medical appliance and use, vision issues, and continuance of and medication
And when does it say that a fall risk assessment's performed?
upon admission.
And when else?
And after significant changes in a resident status and at least quarterly.
And was that done for this resident?
It was.
If you would turn to what's been marked as B17, I believe that's page, I don't know what the page is, B17. I apologize. Page 34. And identify that document, please.
D17 is a fall scale for resident VE.
And what's the date of this fall scale?
The effective date of the fall scale is 1/31/2023.
And is that the fall assessment that was performed at admission?
Yes, his admission date was 1/31/2023.
And what was his score and risk category listed here at the top on the left
His-
side?
His score was a 55.
And does that tell you what type of risk category that he's in if he has a score of 55?
It does, under G for scoring, the key, anything that is higher than a 45 is a high risk.
And could you tell us the name of the RN who completed this assessment?
Mary Beth Shooter.
And that was not completed by Mrs. Nance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did she respond on this assessment as to whether the resident had fallen previously?
Under A, history of fallen resident, has a resident ever fallen before? The answer is yes.
And what did she list for the resident's mental status?
Mental status is overestimates or forgets limits.
And let's go back for a second to exhibit B7. I believe that's on page 13. Or 15. Or page 12, I think, sorry. If you identify that document.
This is a document that Ms. Nance emailed to me.
And how did you acquire the statement? Why did she send this to you?
I called and interviewed her regarding the allegation that was submitted to the Board of Nursing.
And if you would, can you tell us, well, let's just kind of walk through this statement for a second. So you said that you obtained it during your investigation, is that correct?
Yes,
And again, that was prior to today's hearing, right? And this statement provided relation to the incident we're discussing today. Is that the file on February the 2nd, 2023? Is that what this is about?
yes.
And if you would, looking a couple of sentences down, what did she state as to why that resident was there? What was his condition? I say a couple of sentences down, it's kind of midway through the page. In her statement, what did she say that this particular resident had been admitted for? Here. It's here.
Stroke. Approximately 4 or 5 days at this point. Had been admitted for a right side stroke, approximately 4 to 5 days.
And what does she say about awareness of whether he could feed himself at this point?
She didn't know if he could or could not feed himself.
What did she know about this resident and his feeding situations?
I want to object to the relevance. This is about a fall out of a wheelchair, not whether or not this resident could feed himself. I think that's wasting the time of this panel.
Ms. Austin, in response?
Well, we can move forward. My only response to that is when you see the video, the wheelchair was rolled over a bowl or cup that was on the ground. So I was trying to establish that this particular resident had some difficulty with feeding issues. And if you want to stipulate that that's the case, that he,
We'll stipulate that.
yeah, then we can move on from this.
Okay, so the stipulation is what exactly?
That the resident had difficulty feeding himself.
Okay. All right. You may proceed.
And so go into that second page of that statement. If you would, probably about, I don't know, the top third of the page. Did in her statement, did Mrs. Nance mention any prior falls that she had witnessed?
She did.
And what were those?
She saw him fall there at the facility before.
At that same facility?
Yes,
Now, this fall occurred on February the 2nd, 2023,
yes,
and he was admitted on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
yes,
And in Mrs. Nance's statement, she said she had seen him fall 2 days earlier.
correct.
What did she say in her statement? Just to summarize. I believe there was some discussion, trying to kind of hurry this up. I believe there was some discussion about her reaction not being quick enough. What did she say about that?
Well, she said that she thought that she was going to take this as a learning experience because she didn't feel like she may have not acted fast enough to respond to the patient's fall.
And in this particular area where we're in on page 12 or 13, I'm sorry. Well, tell us how she described to you what happened at the time of the fall.
It says he then went forward onto the floor and made a loud noise that thumped, that stunned me, and others heard it. I was shocked because I had never, other than this time, had ever seen anyone fall in that manner. Keep going.
Well, what did she do after he hit his head?
She says she turned around to get assistance from the CNAs and to alert the nurse.
If you would turn to exhibit B10, that's located on page 19 and identify this document, please.
This is a statement from the DON at the facility.
And what did, how does, just read the statement to us.
Read it? Okay. EV had trouble verbalizing and is not often understood. BIM's unable to conduct at this time due to his inability to verbalize. Staff interviewed to be conducted, and then on 2/2/23, EV experienced a fall at the facility in the common area. Upon reviewing footage of the fall to determine intervention to be put into place, footage reveal RN Latrice Nance interacting with EV leading up to a fall. In the footage, you can see EV sitting in Duggan's common area eating dinner and being assisted by Miss Nance. EV began making a mess with his food and getting some on the floor. Miss Nance can be seen attempting to clean up food from around his chair and eventually getting behind his wheelchair to push his chair out of the way to clean up the food. Miss Nance was beginning to push his chair, and footage revealed that that EV was leaning forward in his chair. Miss Nance continued to push EV, resulting in a fall. EV was sent to ER and checked for major injuries. None were noted. Ms. Vance was seen on the video verbally frustrated and turning around, throwing up her hands in the air when she realized EV had fallen. Ms. Nance did not immediately go check on EV. Several CNAs and another nurse checked on EV. Ms. Nance was seen making a phone call before aiding EV, later determined to be DON to notify her of the fall.
You can stop there. That's fine. If you would go back to page 12 on exhibit B7, you discussed this previously. And I would like for you to read us that last sentence beginning with trying.
Could you use it?
It's B7, page 12.
Start with trying.
Trying, just that last sentence.
Trying to get him to play to a place where I could watch him and continue cleaning because he has tried to get up on numerous occasions this day and every other day previously since he arrived at the facility, even though he cannot ambulate.
Yes, read that next.
While I was rolling him, he started to lean forward, and I was assuming he was holding onto the railing, making another attempt to get up, or something was stopping the chair from rolling because the chair would not move smoothly.
Thank you. And during your investigation, did you obtain surveillance coverage of this incident?
I did.
And have you reviewed that surveillance coverage before today?
I have.
And it's what we're about to review, a true and correct copy of what you received from the
Yes.
facility. I'm gonna play that video. And I would just ask that you narrate the video. It's not very long.
Understand what you meant by narrate the video.
She would describe what she sees in the video as I play it, or we can just play it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what should be done, just play it so the panel can judge for themselves what's going on in the video.
Now, if you would, please identify the respondent in this video.
The respondent is seen at the front of the video with a phone.
I'm gonna play it again. Stop. Can you tell us what's taking place?
The patient fell out of the wheelchair. She pulls the wheelchair back, puts her hands up, walks around and looks. Then she gets her phone out.
And did you see that patient try to ambulate at any point in this video?
I did not.
And The date of that video was what? Sorry, down. Was it,
It was the date of the incident.
um, was, in the video that you saw during this investigation, was the resident already leaning forward when the, video coverage began?
Yes, he was leaning forward in the wheelchair.
After he falls, does there appear to be something on the floor?
I'm gonna object to this line of questioning. The video was just played for the panel, and now the board's attorney is asking for the perception of another witness to substitute what the board panel saw. I mean, I think the whole point of the board seeing the video is for you to see and judge what you saw, not what she saw.
Ms. Thompson?
I was just asking the witness if she saw anything on the floor in the video. I think that's certainly a reasonable question.
Based on her investigation, I'm gonna, based on the fact that she's asking her about her investigation and the, related to the video that was played.
Can we have it played over and over and over so the board panel can see it? What she's saying is what she said she saw was what everybody else sees.
Yes, she can describe, I think that's what she had originally attempted to do, describe, you know, during the course of the investigation, she gets this video and then she is being, examined on that. And I think they had originally attempted to.
Well, there's something called the best evidence rule, and I'm trying to understand why we put the best evidence up here for the panel to see with their own eyes and then ask the investigator what she saw. I mean, I thought that was the whole point of the best evidence rule.
Your Honor, this is the investigator who investigated the incidents. This video is just like a document to review. It's here for the board panel to see. It's certainly okay for me to question the investigator about what she sees on this video.
Yeah, and I agree, and if, you know, you can continue to play it over and over again, please, as, suggested by Mr. Monsieur. As you examine.
Could you tell me what you see occurring right here while it's paused?
While it's paused, I
Mhm.
see two people leaning over the resident that fell out of the wheelchair.
Are either of those the respondent?
No.
Could you play it again, please? And from your review of this, did you see him try to hold onto a railing?
No,
Was there a railing nearby?
no.
You would turn to exhibit B9 on page 18, I believe. And identify that document.
These are progress notes for resident EV.
Could you tell us what is noted at 2223-1750? Can you just read it?
Okay, read the entire note. Okay, EV was in the rotunda being fed by his nurse after the elder became aggressive with his nurse and wanted to eat without assistance. This nurse gave the elder his space. At approximately 5 minutes, elder began throwing food from his plate onto the floor, spilling food and drink into his lap. This nurse then returned from the nurse's station and attempted to assist this elder, but he continued to throw his food on the floor, and any food that was on the floor, this elder started kicking it and spreading it all over the area. This nurse then removed the dinner tray from the table in front of him and put it on the cart. Then this nurse, with help from aides, started cleaning up food on the floor, and this nurse started wiping and getting rid of the food on the elder's shoes. This nurse then started rolling elder to the side so she could clean the floor from under his chair. Elder then grabbed the rail on the wall and attempted to stand up, but was too weak to do so, causing him to lose his footing, and his feet went under him and he fell face first onto the floor. This nurse and two aides with the nurse on his hall assisted the elder back into his wheelchair. Upon assessment, the elder had a large red colored carpet burn abrasion above his right eye that had mild swelling. Elder did not vocalize any pain and made no facial expression indicating any pain. Neuro checks were started. Vitals were within normal limit. Physician notified, gave order to send elder to ER, DON notified, and the responsible party notified.
Who is the author of this progress report?
Latrice Nance,
Okay, so this is her progress note for what occurred on that time.
yes.
If you would, please turn to B11 on page 21. Identify that document, please.
This is an incident report for the resident EV.
And who, on this incident report, does it mimic exactly what you just read in the previous entry
Yes,
for purposes of time?
yes.
And if you would, please turn to exhibit B18. Could you identify what this document is, please?
This is a Morris Fall Scale for resident VE.
Yes. And what was the date of this fall scale?
This fall effective date is 2/2/2023.
And who did this scale? Who completed this fall risk assessment?
This fall assessment scale was done by Latrice Nance.
Okay. And if you would, do you know the time that she completed it?
It was completed at 17:50.
On 2/2/2023?
Yes,
Is that after the fall in this case?
yes.
Okay. How does she respond to the question, has the resident ever had a fall before?
Question A, history of fall. Has a resident ever fallen before? She answered no.
And this is after the fall that we just saw?
Yes.
And what was the fall score on this assessment in the upper right corner?
The scores are 35.
And a 35 is at what risk?
Based on the key for scoring, it's a moderate risk.
So post-fall, Mrs. Nance did a fall risk assessment. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that is a lower score on her scale that she did than the one upon admission.
yes,
And that's after she's witnessed this resident have 2 falls.
yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Please. Put the video. Ms. Jones, you testified a minute ago that there's no railing here, is that correct?
There's no railing, no.
Right, so you're basically saying that my client is falsifying what she said happened in her statement to you, is that right?
In this particular screen where that wheelchair is located, there's no railing around.
Ms. Jones, have you been to this facility?
No,
Okay, so you didn't go there and inspect it before you just made that statement that there's no railing?
no, I have not been to the facility.
Now, based on the quality of this right here, you're saying there's no railing. You see the railing around?
I see what looks like a chair rail going around.
If you'll look about 3 foot, 4 foot off the ground, you'll see railing all around this facility. Because this is a facility where people need to be able to hold on to something everywhere, even that little place right there.
Your
up in the-
Honor, Mr. Mercier is now testifying.
I'm testing her perception.
Objection.
I'm testing her perception of what she says she saw and doesn't see.
But you do understand you have to ask her a question.
Pardon?
You understand that you have to ask her a question?
It's a long question.
Okay. Let's hear your question.
Do you see up there in the top, near the top right-hand corner, even that little strip right there, you see the railing up there?
I see the chair rail.
Right. And you see where the wheelchair is, back behind it, there's a railing there too. You see that?
Yes,
Okay, so you're seeing it now, but a moment ago you testified that you didn't see it. And I'm trying to understand your perception.
there's
Can
no,
you explain that?
there's no chair railing in front of him to hold on. The chair railing is located behind the wheelchair.
Okay, nobody said chair railing, it was railing is what she said. What are you calling chair railing?
The border above the yellow, on top of the yellow.
And you do see that behind the wheelchair where it was parked. Can you back this up to the beginning? Right there, you can stop. Well, if you can just get to where the wheelchair, at the very beginning, just stop it. All right, you see where you can stop it there. You see the railing behind the wheelchair right there on the wall.
I see
Correct.
the railing behind the.
Okay.
No,
All right, now, what you said was there was no railing, and then you said you didn't see him grab the railing. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, now, those are two separate things. Not seeing him grab the railing is one thing, but there's railing there. You'll admit there is railing.
yes.
Okay, get that straight. All right, now, you said that, well, if you could just go forward just a little bit. Just keep going. Keep going. All right, stop right there. All right. Do you see the resident leaning down to pick up some paper underneath him right there?
I see him leaning. I can't tell what his hand is doing, no.
Do you see the paper underneath?
I
him?
see something white on the floor.
Okay, do you see his hand near that white on the floor?
That is,
Can we
I
pause
can't
this
make
minute?
out if that's his hand.
Can we pause this minute? Is that a siren in here?
That's a siren.
I thought it was
okay.
the tornado siren too.
I'm
That's
just
why I'm
looking
turning.
back over that way, I'm sorry. My bad. You see his hand and you see something white on the floor.
I see something white on the floor. I cannot make out if that is his hand.
Okay, would you like to get up and go take a closer look?
I can, but
Okay, I mean, you looked at this thing, I assume, before today.
yes,
Okay, you have a computer yourself.
yes.
Okay, and you can't tell that's his left hand?
I cannot say that that is his left
Okay,
hand. No,
all right,
I
okay,
cannot.
okay. But the panel can see it, that's okay, we all can see what's there. All right, so, if he's leaning down, if the resident's leaning down to pick up something, he shifts his weight, doesn't he?
And leaning, yes.
Okay, all right, can you go ahead and just continue it there? All right. And you see that the wheelchair has now gone over what I contend he was trying to pick up, and he's still leaning to pick it that up, and you see his left hand still down there. You see that?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, where do you see the cup?
I see something white,
Okay,
a
you
white
ca-
object.
You're calling that white object a cup.
I don't think I said could.
All right, can you back up just a little bit, please, ma'am? All right, so you're calling that rectangular thing that's flat on the ground a cup, is that right?
Your
I
Honor,
don't think I said cup.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
don't think I did. I don't think I said cup.
Okay, all right. So you'll agree with me that there's no cup there that you're seeing, him lean down to pick up or roll over?
No, I see something white.
Okay, but no cup, you agree?
I agree with that.
Oh, look at the exhibit B18 that you were just looking at. On the Morris Falls sale. You said this was the day of the fall, is that right?
Let me get to it. B18, the date of the report is 2/2/23.
Okay, all right. And what time? let me back up. What time was the incident?
Witness file 2/2/23, 17:45.
All right, so at 17:45, we have a fall according to what you're reading, and then we have a document here, B18, that you're saying is 17:50. Is that right? Within 5 minutes.
That's the date that is stamped on the document.
Okay, and you're saying all this happened within 5 minutes? Is that right?
Based on the timestamp on the document.
And you've done nothing to compare whether or not these things are synchronized in their time, these two reports?
No,
Okay, so you really don't know, and it's really kind of improbable that these things happen within 5 minutes of each other, considering how long it takes to handle a situation when you have a fall like this. You agree with that?
well, I don't know the time frame. I don't know.
Okay. Did you draft the complaint in this matter?
No, I did not draft the complaint.
Okay, let's take a look at it. It's exhibit B5. Got it here in front of you?
I do.
Okay. If you would, read that second full sentence, which begins on or about.
In the narrative part.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Okay. On or about February 2nd, 2023, video surveillance shows the respondent pushed the foot pedal on resident A's wheelchair, where resident A is already leaning forward in the wheelchair.
All right. Now, let's back this video up to the beginning if we can, Ms. Montgomery, and let's play it one more time. And I want you to tell her to stop, if you would, Ms. Jones, whenever you see the witness push the foot pedal on resident A's wheelchair.
I did.
Will you agree with me that the allegation in this complaint is false? The one we just read.
Part about the foot pedal is, yes, I didn't see the foot pedal being pushed.
So the allegation in the face of this complaint that was noticed to my client about what she did wrong is false. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Now let's look at the next sentence. Well, go to the next to the last line where it says respondent then pulls the wheelchair backwards over resident A's legs. And let's watch the video one more time, please. Okay, she didn't pull the wheels over his legs, according to what we just saw in the video, did she?
To me, she just pulled it over his leg right there. That's
Well,
what
we can keep looking, and you tell me when you see wheels going over his legs. I mean, wheels actually crossing over on his legs.
I see it crossing over his ankle and foot part.
All right, and what is she doing? Is she trying to get the wheelchair off of the resident?
Well, she's pulling the wheelchair back.
What are her choices? To pick it up physically and move it side to side, move it forward over his head, or pull it backwards off of it? What should she do?
I don't know. I can't answer that. for
Okay,
her.
what would you do in this situation? Would you pull it off of him?
Your Honor, objection. She's not a nurse.
She's the investigator from the board. My client's charged with something wrong with pulling the wheelchair off of this resident. I'm trying to find out what it is.
Your objection is sustained. I don't think the foundation's been laid for, Investigator Jones to be able to testify to, what you just asked. her.
Okay, all right, I think All right, Ms. Jones, would you point to me in the board's regulations in 73-15-29-1C or 1E where it says pulling a wheelchair off of a fallen resident is a violation?
You're saying point to it in that particular site?
Right.
Your Honor, I'm gonna
I don't know.
object. He's calling for a legal conclusion. These charges are here. She's,
Here's the point.
Do you have a response to Ms. Austin's objection?
Yes. The reason I'm pursuing this, my response for objection is, my client has been sent a complaint that puts facts in the complaint. That's all she had, which is all that was sent to her. We already know that one part of it is false. And the other part that she was noticed of is pulling the wheelchair off of this man as if it's a violation. And I'm trying to find out what about pulling the wheelchair off of a fallen resident was a violation. That's all I'm trying to do.
I think I recalled, Ms. Jones testifying to you when you asked her whether or not she drafted the complaint that she didn't even draft.
Correct, but I can't call them assaults when I guess I can. But I mean, I've got to be able to cross-examine the board's witness that's bringing the allegations against her. That's the confrontation clause. It's in the U.S. Constitution.
And you can do that, with certain questions, but the questions you've asked her, you can't ask her to, make a legal conclusion. I think
Your Honor, I'll stipulate that foot pedal was incorrect and it probably should have said brake if that makes a difference and makes this faster. I'm the one who drafted the complaint. I will acknowledge that foot pedal was the incorrect term to use.
right, but I think he's now on the next sentence, are you?
On the one about, it's, the one on the bottom about pulling the wheelchair backwards over the resident's legs. And
I thought you, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I thought you were on the, not on the foot pedal, but on the other allegation related to,
And to that, I'd reply the same thing he objected to earlier. The video is there. It speaks for itself.
Your Honor, I'm not talking about the video says, I'm talking about law. My client, according to the law, has a right to be noticed on what the allegations against her are that constitute the violations of these statutes. These are the facts that they said she did wrong. This is what they're saying she did wrong. And so I'm trying to find out exactly the accuracy of what they're relying upon, the railing, the cup, paper, and whether or not this pulling a wheelchair off of someone, it constitutes a violation. But in order to do that, we have to determine what the actual facts were and what my client's been noticed of, because she has a right to be noticed of those things and not made up the day we get here.
Your Honor, disclosure was made in this case months ago, and they have had this video for quite a while. I can produce emails that say that. This is not something that has been produced today.
That's not the point. The point
That's
is
the point
law
that was
requires-
just made.
The point is the law requires that a complaint contain notice of the facts underlying the allegations against the respondent.
yeah, and I think you've been, you're able to cross-examine, Ms. Jones without asking her, to draw any legal conclusions.
Well, I can make my record, which is what I'm trying to do.
Your Honor, the video speaks for itself, just as he said earlier.
It's not a matter, okay, I'll go on.
So just regarding the objection against, you asking her to draw any legal conclusions.
I never asked her to draw a legal conclusion. That's how counsel phrased my question.
So do you want to rephrase your question or you want me to rule on this objection? I'm gonna,
I'll rephrase it, that's fine. Ms. Jones, I was asking you about whether or not 73-15-29 1C or 1E makes any statement about a wheelchair being pulled off of someone. You remember that?
Uh-huh. You're asking if these two in charge one and charge two say anything about a wheelchair being moved?
Correct.
And no, not on those two phrases, no.
Right. And when we're looking at this video right here, is there anything that you see that indicates that there was harm caused to the resident by pulling the wheelchair off of him that would be grounds for bringing these charges based upon your knowledge as an investigator?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Okay. Scroll it back one more time, please. And this time, Ms. Jones, I'd like you to pay attention to what Ms. Nance does after the resident falls. All right, you can stop it. Do you know what Ms. Nance did when she turned around?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you ask any of these these employees we see what Ms. Nance did whenever she turned around?
No,
Were you provided any documentation by the facility that disclosed to you what Ms. Nance did when she turned around?
I was provided a statement from the facility, the incident report, and
You know, my question is there anything that they provided you, including the incident report, which says what Ms. Nance did when she turned around?
no, the incident report does not specifically say.
Okay. Did you see Ms. Nance throw her hands up in disgust, as I heard from your earlier testimony?
Yes, she
Okay.
did.
Can we do that one more time? You saw her throw her hands up there?
Keep playing. Put her hands up.
I thought she put her hand to her forehead. Are you describing that as putting her hands up in the air in disgust?
Well, she put her hands up.
Let's play it one more time, and I'd ask the panel to pay attention to this and compare it to what the investigator is trying to describe. Okay. Can you stand by your testimony that she's putting her hands up in disgust?
Well, she did it then, and then she did it one other time where she just put both of her hands up. I can't say what she was thinking, but to me, it's like,
Okay, it's your interpretation. All right,
well,
but-
that's what I see.
But you didn't ask any of the employees that actually saw it and heard her, what her reaction actually was.
No.
Okay. If you would, take a look at exhibit B12. You have that before you?
I do.
All right. So what was the fall risk assessment on, this resident on admission?
Are you asking the score?
Yes. And which exhibit you referred to?
It's- Okay, the fall risk assessment, on the date of admission, which was 1/31/2023, his score was 55.
That was on exhibit what?
Exhibit 17, page 34.
17. All right. And what does it say about use of a wheelchair?
For ambulatory aid, it says none. Bed rest, wheelchair, nurse assist.
I guess what I'm asking you is, does it differentiate between falling out of bed, falling while walking, or falling out of a wheelchair? Does it differentiate at all?
It just talks about ambulatory aid.
Okay, but is there any differentiation, what I'm asking?
No,
All right. Are you familiar with fall risk assessments in hospitals and nursing homes?
only the ones that I have reviewed with cases I'm working.
Okay, so you don't know if a fall risk assessment is primarily determining the risk of a resident or patient falling while walking as opposed to being in a wheelchair, do you?
No, not for this case, no.
Okay. So you don't know if this fall risk assessment actually applies to the resident being pushed in a wheelchair, do you?
No, based on this document, no.
All right, now let's look at that exhibit B12 a little closer. Do you see anywhere in exhibit B12 under the fall prevention policy that speaks to using a wheelchair for mobility of a patient?
I don't recall saying anything about a wheelchair.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I've read it and I don't see anything about a wheelchair in this fall prevention policy. So wouldn't the natural conclusion be that it's really referring to a patient that's walking?
I can assume that,
That would be the natural conclusion, wouldn't it?
yes.
Okay, let's look a little closer under number 2, about the middle of the page there, and number 5. Both of those refer to a plan of care. Do you see that?
I see 2 and 5.
All right, what was the plan of care for this resident?
I don't have his care plan.
Okay. So you don't know what the plan of care said for this resident as far as him being in a wheelchair or not, do you?
No.
You don't know if it said whether or not he was one person or 2 persons sit while walking, do you?
No,
And you don't know what the plan of care said regarding any sort of restraint for this resident in the wheelchair, do you?
no,
And you will agree with me, in order to have a restraint of a resident or patient in a wheelchair, you have to have a doctor's order, don't you?
yes,
So you agree with me then that based on the information you have here and what you know, this gentleman should not have been restrained in his wheelchair?
no, he did not have a physician's order for restraint.
Okay, so there was nothing improper about moving him from location to location in a wheelchair based on what information you have?
No,
All right, if you look down at number 6 on B12, it says, when necessary due to significant injury, the MSDH will be notified. In these circumstances, the nursing leadership or administrator will also notify the corporate risk manager and director of clinical support. In this situation, the MSDH was not notified, were they?
no,
And the nursing leadership or administrator did not notify the corporate risk manager and director of clinical support based on the records you have.
I don't know that. if
Based
they
on the
were.
records you have.
No,
So would you conclude then, so that since the MSDH was not notified, it was not considered a significant injury by this facility?
well, the MSDH was not notified.
And you would conclude then that if it was a significant injury, they would have been notified?
Objection asked and answered.
Not that I feel like that. I'm trying to get my record right.
Based on this, no, they were not notified.
Now let's look at exhibit B10, please. You have that one in front of you?
I do.
Okay. What did this resident say after the fall?
What did the resident say?
Right, based upon B10, what could the resident say about the fall? But look at the first sentence.
Unable to conduct it at this time because he had trouble verbalizing.
Correct, all right. And that's because he previously had, as you mentioned earlier, a stroke, right?
Correct.
So we don't know what he has to say about this,
No.
right? Okay, Now let's look at the last sentence of B10 down there, the very last sentence. If you would read that for the record, please.
It is believed that Ms. Nance's reaction to EV's fall was inappropriate and not behavior that is condoned at duty.
All right. Now, it doesn't say there that she did anything wrong in pushing the wheelchair, does it?
No, it says that the fall was inappropriate behavior.
Was what?
Inappropriate and the behavior is not condoned.
No, let's read that again. It says, it is believed that Ms. Nance's reaction to Mr. Resident's fall was inappropriate and not behavior that's condoned. It doesn't say the fall or pushing the wheelchair, does it?
No,
Or just to be clear for the record in the panel, what they complained about this facility was her reaction, right?
yes,
And we've already seen that some of the facts that have come out don't line up with what the video says, such as the cup being the issue and the railing. We know there was railing there because you admitted it. And we didn't see a cup. We saw something square, rectangular, flat, not a cup, right?
yes,
Okay. So just so it's clear, you don't have any record where the facility says the way Miss Nance was pushing the resident wheelchair was a problem, just what her reaction was afterwards, correct?
that's correct.
You saw Miss Nance turn around as soon as this happened instantly and walk backwards a step or two into an opening, correct?
Right,
And you don't know what she's doing right there, right?
no,
All right. You see somebody coming out right there afterwards, right?
yes,
Okay. And you keep rolling, please. And you see she's gonna pull out her phone. Do you think she's checking her text messages, or what do you think she's doing there?
I can only say that she pulled out her phone and got on her phone.
And so you don't know if she was calling for help or reporting this to supervisors or calling an ambulance, do you?
No,
We'll roll this back to the very beginning. The very beginning. And just stop it at the very beginning. Now, at the very beginning of the video, you can see that Miss Nance's back is turned, and then she'll turn around and go ahead and start it. And when she begins the process of moving, what's the first thing you see her do?
looks like she's leaning over towards the wheel of the wheelchair.
All right, but those things, do they have a lock over there on those wheels?
They do,
Okay, all right, and based upon her viewpoint of what she could see, she couldn't see what was underneath the wheelchair, could she?
probably not.
Okay, no more questions.
You redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, if you just leave that where it is there something obviously in front of the wheelchair at this moment before she starts to push it on the floor?
It is, a
What-
white object is in front of the wheelchair.
Okay, if you could go ahead and play the video. Could you stop right there? Now, do you see more than one object on the floor other than the resident himself?
I see something inside of the resident's leg that looks like it's red.
Okay, so you see two objects on the ground, is that correct?
Right, yes, there's something inside his leg and outside of his right leg.
In her statement to you, did she tell you that she had used towels to help clean him up prior to this fall from the wheelchair?
Yes,
And it was your testimony today, or at least, I'm sorry, it was probably in this progress note. Turn to page 18B9. We've watched the video several times today. Now, who made this entry again into the progress notes?
Latrice Nance,
On what date?
2/2/2023.
And this is what she says midway through. This nurse then started rolling Elder to the side so she could clean the food from under his chair. Elder then grabbed the railing on the wall. I'm gonna stop right there. Did you see in this video, this resident grab the railing on the wall?
No,
Okay, let's continue. And attempted to stand, but was too weak to do so. Did you see this resident attempt to stand?
no,
In fact, what position was he in when this video started?
sitting and leaning.
And that caused him to lose what? His footing.
Footing.
Did you ever see him standing at all with his feet on the ground in this video?
No,
And his feet went under him and he fell face first onto the floor. This nurse and two aides with the nurse on this hall assisted this elder back into his wheelchair. Now, this is the progress note, correct, that Ms. Nance authored?
yes.
And is that what your review of the video showed?
No, I didn't see him attempt to stand. I did not see him try to lose his footing. I didn't see him attempt to grab a rail.
And if you would just go back to, I believe it was the statement she gave to you on page 12B7. In that last part on page 12, this is her statement to you. After I started rolling the resident while he was in his wheelchair, so I could start cleaning the food that was on the floor under him. So she knew at that time, based on her statement, correct? That there was something on the floor under him.
Yes,
Trying to get him into a place where I could watch him and continue cleaning because he has tried to get up on numerous occasions this day and every other day previous since he arrived at the facility, even though what? He cannot ambulate. Is that what it says?
yes.
Okay, let's go back to that progress report. It's on page 18B9. In her progress report, does she say the elder then grabbed the railing on the wall and attempted to stand, but was too weak to do so, causing him to lose his footing, and his feet went under him, and he fell face first into that floor?
Yes, that's what's in the progress note.
And let's go back to page 12 in her statement. She continues, while I was rolling him, he started to lean forward, and I was assuming he was holding on to the railing. Is that what you saw in the video?
No,
She goes on to describe that it made a loud noise when it hit the floor and it stunned her. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And then she goes on to tell you that she had seen him fall 2 days previously, right?
I'm gonna object to the continual leading. If Ms. Salt wants to testify, we don't need Ms. Jones here.
I'll rephrase my question.
Thank you.
So her statement that she gave to you, is it consistent with the progress notes in this case?
No,
Is it consistent with what you viewed on the video during your investigation?
no.
No further questions.
Any questions from the members of the hearing panel for Ms. Jones?
I have a concern. Why did you turn your back on the patient?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Jones, yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jones, I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, no problem.
Alrighty. Any questions from Ms. Jones?
No, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Alrighty. Do you have any more witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Jones. And Ms. Fields, you ready to proceed with the case? I'm sorry, does the state rest?
It does, Your Honor.
Yes, I call Teresa Nance.
Mr. Mercier, do you mind, we taking a brief 5-minute recess for a restroom break before you begin? All right, we will take that recess and return at 5:53. the statement has rested, and, Mr. Pursuer was beginning with his case. So you may proceed.
Ms. Nance, would you state your full name?
Latrice Nance.
Ms. Nance, if you would give the board the benefit of your education and your nursing education experience.
At the time of the incident, I had only been an RN for 1 year at that moment.
At what now?
At the time of the incident, I had been an RN for roughly about 1 year.
And what was the position that you had there at the facility?
I was an RN that came back on a contract.
Had you worked there previously, you said?
Yes, I had worked there as an LPN.
How long ago was that for this incident?
In December 2020, I was an LPN there.
And how long did you work there?
About 1.5 years, up until the point I got my RN license, and then that's when I proceeded to go into the hospital setting.
Okay. You've seen the video several times, and you heard the discussion we talked about, and you heard me asking questions about the complaint you received, as well as questions posed by the board's counsel. And with that regard, in that regard, I'd like you to look at the exhibits in front of you, at exhibit B5, page 7, I believe. Should be the complaint. If you'll look at the next page, excuse me, B8, be the actual complaint. Yeah, on B8 there. There were some questions being asked of the last witness, of Ms. Jones, by the board's attorney about whether or not what she saw in the video, her interpretation of what was in the video was the same of what was written by you in some of the other exhibits. Do you remember her asking those questions of Ms. Jones? Not what they are, you remember her asking generally.
Yes, I remember. Yes,
Okay. All right, so if you look at B5 and at page 8, which is the complaint, do you see anything on there, a charge against you about the manner in which you wrote your nursing notes or the incident report or the statement to the board?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, let's go to exhibit B7, which is your statement to the board. Okay, before we do that, let's play the video, and I would ask it to be stopped well, you just go play it all the way through. We just do that because you can explain it. There were some questions, and I think you can explain them. Go ahead and play it all the way through. Okay, Ms. Nance, there was a question earlier by one of the panel members about why you turned around as soon as you saw the resident fall out of the wheelchair. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Okay, can you answer that question?
I turned around to get help because I knew that I wouldn't be able to assist him with getting up by himself. As in my statement, I said that I didn't personally witness him fall a couple days prior to that, but I did come off of lunch and saw that they were picking him up, and it took like 3 or 4 of us just to get him up then. So when he took the fall, I knew I instantly needed help if we're gonna proceed with getting him back in his chair.
So when you turned around,
That's the CNA office. That's where all the CNAs, the aides for that hall on the left sit. And so when he fell, I knew that's where they were sitting, and I turned around to get help.
when you say that, you mean that opening?
That opening door where the chair is, that's where they sit.
Question she can't take down.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So you're saying when you turned around to the,
Yes,
that is the seat.
that is the CNA
term?
seat.
And what did you do when you turned around to that opening?
That is Miss,
No, no,
Like
I
I said,
said,
her
what
name.
did you do when you turned
to
around?
get the,
that opening?
to get the CNA
All
to
right,
help
now,
me.
how did you get the CNA to help you?
I told her, I said, to come help me. He
Okay.
fell. So
Alright,
the
so you're
resident
actually
fell.
saying something.
To her,
All
yes,
right, but we can't hear that on this video because it doesn't have any audio, right?
that's correct.
Okay, so, but that's what you were doing.
Yes, I
Okay.
turned around to help him.
All right. Now, there's also in your statement on B7, you also talk about what you what you understand from your experience about people who have head trauma and something like this. Would you tell the board, what your experience is and what your concerns were with not immediately trying to pick them up anyway?
Well, so like I told you, when I became RN, I started working at the hospital. When we have falls at the hospital, they'll get people to come around from the ER or other nurses and they'll put like seat collars on. We'll do vitals. This is all before even getting them up. So when I came back to this facility and he took this fall, I was like, I know I don't think I should immediately get him up because what if something's wrong with his neck? What if something's wrong with his back? And that's why I proceeded to call for help. And when I seen the abrasion, that's when I was like, okay, something could be wrong with his neck, something could be wrong with his back. Should I move him? And I wasn't qualified to make that decision.
So are you saying that you immediately asked for help from CNA?
Yes,
And you didn't want to move him because you were concerned that might cause further injury?
yes, because we didn't even have the same amount of people that it really took the first time to get him off the floor. So I'm like, we could be causing him more harm if we immediately get him off the floor. And that's why I wanted to get the okay first to be like, okay, let's get him up.
All right, the people we see in the video, we saw you and then we see someone here at the end in purple and we see somebody in black. Who are those people?
The lady in the black she was with an agency, I think like Shift Key, and she was just working that night. So she was the actual nurse for that hallway.
Okay, so she was in charge of that hallway?
Yes, the hallway that he was on.
She's an RN?
I think she was the LPN or
LPN?
RN. I know,
Who's the lady in purple?
she's a CNA.
She's a CNA, and there was another lady we saw that came out.
She is the actual staff CNA.
All right, that had the red on that came out earlier.
Yes.
Okay, and so you were in there too, so there was the four of y'all there. All right.
Yes.
We saw you use your phone. What were you doing with your phone?
At first I called 911. I told them that I had somebody on the floor. And when I walked out of I didn't even walk out of the camera. I bagged up. That's why you can't see me, but she's looking at me right here. And I told her, go ahead and get vitals. And I'm going to ask them like, should we just go ahead and get him up? And when I got off the phone with them, they were like, they're on their way. And that's when
Who
I
is they?
proceeded,
Who is
the
they?
ambulance.
Okay.
That's what I called 911, which is what we're supposed to do. And after that, that's when I proceeded to call the DON to let her know that he had taken a fall. And she then told me, okay, well, go ahead. It's okay that you called 911, but just go ahead and get the physician to put the order in. So when they come, it's already there to get the okay.
So what is this facility? I don't think we've covered that. What is the facility where this happened?
The location of it,
No, what kind of facility is
it's a
it?
nursing home.
A nursing home. All right.
Yes.
And so there's no physician that stays there 24/7.
No, sir.
And so to call for medical help, you need to call 911,
That is correct.
which is what you did.
Yes.
And that's what you're trained to do.
Yes.
Was there any doctor's order for the resident to be restrained in the wheelchair?
It's a non-restraint facility. We don't restrain patients.
What does that mean when you say no restraint?
Nobody there can be in restraints. We don't put elders in restraints.
There's some discrepancy according to what the investigator said about what's in your statement and what we see on the video. So let me clear this up. Where the wheelchair was at the very beginning of this video, backed up against the wall there, is there railing there?
Yes, it is. It's railing around every wall.
All right. And is that railing that the residents can grab hold of?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, in the video we saw, we didn't see the resident grab the railing.
That's correct.
All right, so why did you put, first of all, let me say this. When you wrote your report, your incident report and your nurse's note, had you seen this video?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, so from your vantage point and what you knew is why you wrote what you wrote.
Yes, from what I saw with
All
my
right,
own eyes.
So
Yes.
in what you saw and what you assumed from what was going on.
Yes.
So tell the board panel what you thought was going on when you wrote that before you saw this hindsight 2020 video.
Well, I wrote the note because prior to even when I first worked there, that's what you do. You do your incident reports and you do all your vital signs, and they use those incident reports to make a plan of care. He had just came like a couple days ago, and the initial nurse that actually admitted him, she got fired like within maybe a day or two of him even being there. So nothing really got fully planned out for him. So when I was making my note, I'm putting in everything that happened, some stuff like, yes, it's like it's missing pieces, but that's because I was trying to put everything from him grabbing the railing, from him being, okay, we didn't know for sure if he needed help with, assistance with feeding, but I'm putting all that in there to let them know, okay, when you do look at this note, know that, okay, we need to try to keep him away from railing, assist him with eating, because we didn't know these things. Nobody knew these things because the admitting nurse was gone. Like, nobody knew what his initial thing was.
What I'm really referring to is in your note that you wrote for this incident, you
Yes.
said that he grabbed the.
Yes, and
railing.
he did do that prior to this video,
Wait,
prior
whoa,
to
whoa,
the
whoa,
beginning
whoa,
of
slow
this.
Slow down, slow down. What do you mean he did it prior to
Like-
this? Just wait, let me finish the
Okay.
question. What do you mean he did it prior to this video?
He grabbed a hold to the railing. He was trying to stand up. And that's when he went back. He sat back down in the chair because he was too weak to stand. And then after that, that's when this video started. So I was trying to put all that in my progress note.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. Are you saying that where the video starts, before that, he had grabbed the rail?
Yes.
Let me finish the question.
Okay.
Before the video start, he had grabbed the railing and tried to get up, but sat back down.
Yes.
And then the video starts and we see what happened after
Yes.
that. Okay. How long did it take for you and the other staff to get the resident help with the EMTs or whoever it was that came?
Well, you're asking me like, how long did it take the MTs to get there?
How long were you with him there?
The whole time from
Okay, give me some minutes.
probably, it took them about 20 minutes to come. I was there the whole time.
Okay, so you were with him until the ambulance got there?
Yes, I was.
And that was about 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We saw in the video where there was a piece of paper or something underneath the wheelchair. If you could back that up to the very beginning. Back at the very beginning without even starting it, just the first frame. All right, there's something there. Now, your back is turned, and when you turn around, are you able to see what's on the floor under his feet right there?
No, I was not from my angle. I could
Okay.
not see.
So can you describe what you did and what you saw when you turned around?
When I turned around, I unlocked the chair. And as you see, I started to roll him. Prior to that, probably 10, 20 seconds prior to that, he's not erect, like sitting in the chair anyways. He never sits like straight up in the chair, but his feet were on the pedals. He was ready to be rolled. I walked away, and when I came back to actually move him, I didn't see that paper there. I didn't even see that red object there. And even when the DON called me, she was telling me something about a cup. I don't even see a cup there. I never seen any of those objects on that floor before I started moving him.
You just discussed the resident's posture. So he's normally someone.
Like
who-
that.
Let me finish the question. She cannot take both of us
I'm
down.
sorry.
So are you saying that the normal posture of the resident is somewhat slumping forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but now, when you saw this video, based upon you being there and participating in this event and seeing what he's doing, can you tell this board panel what your interpretation of what you're seeing is, and you being there, what this gentleman was doing whenever he fell?
When I'm getting ready to move the chair, that's his normal posture. He's usually leaned over and I'm getting ready to unlock the chair because like I said, 10, 20 seconds prior to this, I had already put his legs on his feet on the pedals, and we were ready to move.
And then you did what? You turned around, put the
I
tray?
turned around, put the tray and stuff up. I came back. And, like I said, I had already put him in the position to be ready to move. I didn't see the paper. I didn't see the bowl on the floor, none of this stuff. And I couldn't even see the bowl in the video until actually the chair was moved.
Into the witness.
Cross-examination, Ms. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Nance, if you would turn to page 12, please, and that's Exhibit B7. Is this your statement to Investigator Jones?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Towards the end of that statement on the bottom, I think you indicated that this resident had been throwing food on the floor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That you went to get something to help clean him up?
That is correct.
What was that?
I went to get towels and just to clean up the floors, the table that he had put the food on.
So when a resident is like this, how do you clean them up? Is it with wipes? Is it with towels? How do you do it?
You do it with towels, you can do it with wipes, just depending on the substance that's on him.
And for this resident on this particular day, what did you use?
I had towels because he had like cabbage or something like that. So I just used the towels to like clean the table. And then I removed the tray.
What color were those towels?
They're white.
I believe you testified previously that it might be paper on the floor. When you saw that video, is it possible it was a towel that you had used?
No, it was not the towel because you could tell from the video that it clearly was not a towel.
And do you know what that other object is that's on the floor on the video?
From the video, just from being there, I'm assuming that it is one of those little, like a bowl or something. Like maybe a bowl.
What kind of bowl?
I don't know exactly what kind of,
Like a food bowl or what type of bowl? Used to feed the resident or?
like a food bowl, yes.
And I believe your statement on there on 12 said, I was trying to get him to a place where I could watch him and continue cleaning because he's tried to get up on numerous occasions this day and every other day previous since he arrived at the facility, even though he cannot ambulate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went on to say, while I was rolling him, he started to lean forward. Now, I believe it was your testimony today that he always leaned forward. Is that correct?
He does. And what I was saying was he always leans forward, but you could tell from the video, whatever was under him, he was leaning forward even more. And while I'm pushing the chair, he's leaning down. So it's like he told you, like the weight shifted, he went over. It was out of my control at that point.
And then it goes on, your statement goes on to say, I was assuming he was holding onto the railing, making another attempt to get up.
Yes, the rail on the video, you see his hand on the rail of his chair. I didn't say wall then. And that's because his hand was like this.
So when you say rail in your statement, you're referring to the arm on the wheelchair?
Well, on my first statement, I was saying the railing of the wall. On that one, it's the railing of his chair. Like he always leans like this.
Okay, so in your statement to the board, when you mentioned the term railing, you're talking about the wheelchair.
Yes, in the
But
long statement, yes,
But in your progress reports, when you talk about railing, you're talking about.
because that's what he
talking
had.
about the railing on the wall.
Yes, and I was putting everything together.
Slow down.
Okay.
And then on page 13, your statement continues. I was assuming he was holding onto the railing, making another attempt to get up, or something was stopping the chair from rolling because the chair was not moving smoothly.
Yes, and by the time when I realized that the chair wasn't moving, the chair was coming to a stop. He was still leaning over, and that he was going for whatever was under him, and I couldn't see what was under him because if I had saw it, I would have removed it. I didn't know that he was trying to pick up anything under him. I didn't even know anything was there until I saw this video.
And then your statement goes on, you talk about how you were stunned and the noise that the fall made. And then you reference a fall that you saw, the aftermath of the fall a couple days previously.
And that was on the 31st when he actually first came. When he first came to the facility, Mary Beth was the one that admitted him. I was actually the charge on the hallway. Like I just went to lunch. I was just passing out meds that day. She was supposed to be getting me ready, training me for the supervisor position because their 2 to 10 supervisor was getting ready to go like to 11 to 7 shift or something. She didn't want to be the supervisor anymore. So that day I came, that was my first time seeing him when I was coming to lunch and they was like, yes, he just came and, he's already trying to get up and we get him because he fell. So I assisted them, but that was the first time I had even laid eyes on him. He wasn't even really my patient at that time because he had just came while I was gone. And that's why she made the initial assessment, like, yes, he fell before. I didn't actually see, that's why I said I came up on him and they were telling me that he fell and I was helping with, just assist him, even though I didn't know. I'm like, that's a resident. I'm helping him back in the chair. I did not actually see him fall. That's why I said I came up on it.
So just so I'm clear, in your statement, you acknowledge he'd been throwing food on the floor, right?
Yes, they came and got me. When I was feeding him, I was assisting feeding him because everybody kept saying, we don't know if he needs help eating. So I was like, okay, well, since we are sure, y'all go ahead and do what y'all are gonna do. And I'm gonna assist with him because he has been attempting to get up. And I don't know if he needs to be fed, but I don't see him eating. So I'm going to assist him with feeding, with feeding him. And while I was feeding him, that's when he was like making noises like no, like he was kind of grabbing a spoon and nobody had truly assessed him. It was nowhere in the notes, no plan of care that said, oh, he can feed himself. So I felt like, let me assist him. And when he started grabbing the spoon, saying like, no, 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 and he attempted to feed himself, I was like, okay, let me give him a break to see what he can do on his own. And I can let them know that. When I walked away, that's why I said I walked away for like 5 minutes. They came and told me, hey, he's storing food. He has food all over him. It's not working out. So that's when I proceeded to go back out and check on him again.
So did you just testify that you walked away from this patient for 5 minutes while he was eating?
Yes, I put that in my note. I said I put that in my progress note that I walked away to allow him time because he was upset. He was upset. He was always screaming, home, want to go home, want to go home. And so I didn't know the full extent of no plan of care was in place for him. Nothing was there. I'm just going off of what I see, trying to assist him. And when it wasn't working and he was upset, I wasn't going to sit there and just continue to make him upset if he doesn't want to be helped. So that's why I was like, let me see if he's going to eat on his own, walk away, see what he does. And when they came and got me, he had food everywhere. And that's when I decided, okay, let's clean him up. I wasn't going to just leave him sitting in food.
On B8, I think it's previously been identified as the admission record, and it's on page 16 and 17. And can you tell us by looking at this why he had been admitted to the facility?
He was admitted a stroke. That's what I was giving report, a stroke.
And does this also have diagnoses that have anything to do with a swallowing disorder?
But yes, now that I have this, I do see it on there, yes.
And does it have a diagnosis that has to do with food, maybe getting stuck or caught at the base of the throat?
Which one are you referencing to on the diagnosis information?
R1312.
Oh, yes, it does say that on there.
Did it diagnose trouble understanding or talking?
Yes, but prior to this, I didn't have this information. I didn't even have this admission form. That's what I'm saying. I was coming into a new role. She was supposed to be orienting me to take on the 2 to 10. I was on a contract. So they needed somebody to step in to do the supervisor for 2 to 10 because the one they had was leaving. Mary Beth was the one that was training me. We had a new system that we just had a meeting about, like, okay, they're rolling out this new system. We didn't even have a class on how to use the system. We didn't have an in-service about it. We literally went in a meeting with corporate. They told us, okay, you kind of know the basics. Here are some links that if you can't find something, you watch these videos and this is how you get to this. So Mary Beth was supposed to be training me, like a week or two. Something happened on her shift. She ended up getting fired, which left no supervisor at the time. When I took on this role, I was working 16-hour shifts. I was trying to cover her shift, my shift, and just trying to get in and help where I could because they needed a supervisor and I had worked there prior. So I felt like, okay, I know how things kind of run. In the midst of that, they were saying like, okay, we're going to get somebody else in here to start trying to assist you with or keep orientating with supervisor, but we need you here because we can't have shifts without a supervisor. And when this happened, I'm going off the basis that I know. I'm doing the fall. I'm trying to put everything in there. The fall prevention thing, I never had even seen that up until when the exhibits and stuff started coming out. But even just from seeing it this first time, what they required of me, I felt like I did. They put in a thing, they said, okay, you're supposed to do the assessment. That's what I did. You're supposed to start doing your progress note. So when they go back and look at it, they can do plan of care. That's what I did. That's why I start in the progress note telling them, hey,
Yeah, let's stop for a second. You're kind of on a roll here. Turn to page 18, exhibit B9. And this was identified as your progress note for 2/2/23. Is that correct?
yes,
And this was your progress note?
yes,
Okay. And in that progress note, you state, this nurse then started rolling Elders to the side so she could clean the food from under his chair. So you knew there was food under his chair, right?
yes.
Okay. Elder then grabbed the railing on the wall and attempted to stand, but was too weak to do so, causing him to lose his footing, and his feet went under him and he fell face first onto the floor. Now, it's your testimony today that after watching the video well, let me go back. Is it your testimony today this progress note is correct?
Okay, what I can say about this progress note is that
Yes or no, is this progress note correct or incorrect?
it's correct, but it's pieces missing to it because I was trying to put everything compiled into one in that box that I had. That's why it seems like it's inconsistent, but everything was compounded into this, into that progress
What
note.
it is that you released from the wheelchair before you pushed it forward?
That was his break.
The brakes. That was not the foot pedal, it was the brake.
Yes, that's why when they sent the thing about a foot pedal, I kicked the foot pedal. I'm like, no, I never, after I put his feet on the foot pedals, like the seconds prior to that.
Was this
No.
resident leaning forward when you released the brake on the wheelchair?
That's his posture. That was not, he has muscle weakness. That's his posture. That's not like he was leaning forward and I took off with him.
Was the resident leaning forward when you released the
He
brake?
was in
on the
his
wheelchair?
normal posture that he is, yes.
And when you encountered resistance under that chair, what did you do?
I was stopping, but he was still reaching. I was stopping. In the video, you see, I'm holding the chair, I'm pushing, but he's reaching for something. So in the midst of the video is going so fast. So when I'm stopping, he's still reaching. He's going over.
Were you frustrated when the resident fell out of that chair?
No, I wasn't frustrated because he can't help it. I wasn't frustrated with him at all.
Did you intend for him to fall out of that chair?
No, not for 2 seconds. Not for 2
Go
seconds.
back, would you do things differently?
From the knowledge I had, I would have did it like that. But from what they're telling me, oh, you did wrong, I still don't see where I was wrong at. I was trying to get help. I did what I had knowledge to do. That was what
Miss Nance, it was your testimony today, I believe, that he previously tried to stand.
yes, he did. And I can't restrain him, so I can't stop him.
Let me
Let her
finish
finish
the
her answer,
question.
please.
Let me finish my question, please.
Answer the last one.
Miss Nance, I believe you testified previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you thought, or the resident attempted to grab the railing. And when you say railing in that circumstance, which railing do you mean?
The first time, the wall railing, yes.
And you're saying that that was not reflected on this video?
No, it was not. It was a lot not reflected on this video. It was a lot, just 30 seconds prior could have cleared all this up, but they only showed the incident, the fall. And when he was trying to get up, I can't, even though he made multiple attempts, we have residents all the time making multiple attempts to stand. It's been so bad to like they put in plan of care that somebody can be on a beanbag because they just on the floor all the time. That's a non-restraint facility. You cannot restrain patients.
You were aware that the resident had been throwing some food on the floor, right?
Yes,
Did you check to see if there was anything under the chair before you released the brake?
yes, no, like what you mean, like before like rephrase that question for me.
Check to see if there was anything on the floor before you released?
When I left him, there was nothing on that floor. When I cleaned him with the towel, when I wiped the table, when I put his card up, I had not seen a paper. I have not seen that bowl. And when I got ready to move him, to my knowledge, there was nothing there. There was nothing there under that chair. I wouldn't have cleaned him with a towel or nothing, or wiped the table and left a bowl and paper under him. I did not see it.
Ms. Nance, on page 36, exhibit B18, is this the risk fall assessment that you completed?
Yes, that is the one that I completed.
Did you do that after the resident fell?
Yes, I did. And if you're listening to the part about the fall, I had never seen him fall. So that's why I said history of falling. I was like, no, I wasn't thinking about what he did on somebody else's shift, or I seen it, like I'm walking up on it and they're telling me he fell, but I never saw him actually fall. I've seen him attempt to get up multiple times. I had never saw him actually fall. So maybe I didn't really understand the question, and I said no to history because I didn't know what his history was at that time.
But didn't he just fall 5 minutes before?
But I didn't count that as history. I just, okay, prior to this, he had not fallen in my eyes. He had not fallen in my eyes. I had never seen him actually fall. So that's why I put history, no fall. So that's why I'm saying maybe I misunderstood the question. But when I put no, I had never prior, nobody ever like said, I didn't do his admission, so I didn't know if he had prior fallen. So when I said no, I'm thinking, did he fall before this? I didn't specifically see him fall.
But he did fall in your care 5 minutes earlier.
Yes, he did.
And you answered no to that. Has the resident ever fallen before?
That's what I was saying. I probably misunderstood, like didn't take in depth of the question, but prior to that, he had not fallen in my presence.
And you documented in your statement to the board that you had also had knowledge of another fall in the last 2 days.
That I didn't see. Somebody, that was word of mouth. I did not see it. That's why I was saying I walked up on it and I assisted. They were telling me that, the aides were telling me that he had fallen. I didn't personally see him fall. And that's why I said I was coming off of lunch and I put my bags down and I was like, what's going on here? And they said that he had fallen. I didn't personally see that. So I couldn't document or say that he had fallen in my prison because I did not see him fall.
Let's go back to that question I asked earlier. If you could do it differently, would you do it differently today?
It's asked and answered.
It was not answered, Your Honor, not even a little.
Just reiterating.
I don't think it was answered.
Any response, Ms. Messere?
I said, as much as she's talking, I think she's answered it a lot.
Do you, your objection is that, the question had already previously been answered.
Correct. It was asked and answered.
What was the answer?
Well, I don't know, we can have the court reporter go back and find it. It was 5 minutes ago. I remember you asking the question.
So, we'll give her an opportunity to do that.
That's okay, I was right. I'm not gonna do that to the court reporter. Do you think that your actions that day were consistent with standard of care for the person that was under your care for this particular resident?
I think I acted with the knowledge that I had. And in what I've always done at the facility, it's not like we had a specific training on files. That's what we have done prior, what I did, and even after. So I felt like I had did my job. I didn't feel like I had caused him any harm. I didn't feel like I neglected him in any kind of way. So that's why, just going back, like, I don't feel like I could have did, I don't feel like, oh, I would have did something different. I'm looking at it, you're looking at it from hindsight off a camera, you're looking at it like, okay, yeah, it is something she could have did wrong. But in the moment, I thought I did everything that I was supposed to do. I got help. I got help to get assistance. I got the nurse out of the office to get vitals, like with this paper that I never saw about the fall prevention, but it said vital signs. I got the nurse to do that. I started delegating, like, okay, you get the vital signs. I'm gonna call for help and see, is it okay for us to move him without knowing if his neck is hurt or his back is hurt. And I did that. I made my assessment. I did what they said they required of me. I got the physician's order to, okay, like he was already gone, but I got the physician order. It was okay to send him to the hospital to rule out any bleeds or anything like that. Me neglecting, I would think like, oh, I walked away and just left him. I got help. I got help.
Do you think your actions on this day were?
Yes. Because I did what I thought I was supposed to do with the training that I felt like I had, whether it was lack of training or whatever, but I thought I did what was right. And I know y'all are seeing it from a different view, but I thought I did what's right.
You agree that what you documented in those progress reports is not an accurate reflection of what we watched today on that video?
I don't think that it's inaccurate. I think it could, like, if I had known exactly how the system worked to actually document, I was trying to put everything into a small box. So it was a difference from me having a small box on the screen that I didn't even have full knowledge of how to use. I was trying to put everything in there that I could. And it's a difference from having a Microsoft where I can fully type detail for detail and piece by piece. So I was putting in there to when they look at this incident report, when they do get a chance to try to make him a plan of care, that they seen, okay, this is what's going on. This is what she says. And we need to start putting something in plan to go off what she's saying. Every time somebody has a file, we always go back and look at the videos. I knew that we were going to look at the videos.
And in your experience as a nurse, is a fall hitting concrete in the head after a stroke, is that a bad thing? Good thing?
That was carpet, and it's bad for anybody to fall. That's why we try our best to prevent it. But like I said, we can't restrain patients. No matter how many times they try to get up, we do not restrain patients for any reason. We can't even take them in the room and put up 4 rails. You don't do that.
No further questions.
Yeah, redirect Mr. Monsieur.
Briefly. You were asked questions a minute ago by Ms. Saltzman, whether or not you intended this to happen or something along those lines. You remember that?
Yes.
Did you do anything to willfully cause the resident to fall out of the wheelchair?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you think that you were negligent in any way in causing him to do anything and fall out of the wheelchair?
No.
No more questions.
Any questions from the board hearing panel for this witness?
Ms. Nance, I want to thank you for clarifying that that was a CNA office behind you. did anybody at any time kneel down beside this patient and offer him any words of comfort or?
Yes, when I directed the nurse to get vitals, when I directed her to get vitals and when we were bent over trying to assist him, like even, that's just a short snippet. That's a short snippet of how long we stayed there with that resident. That's a very short snippet.
I just, quick question. Why, I know you said you tried to fit a lot of stuff in a little box. I get that, we all have issues with documentation sometimes not being big enough, but why did you document something? Why did you put that in there if it wasn't true? About the rail and trying to stand up, I didn't see that.
Because all that took place like along with that and this fall. So I was trying to put it all in there so they know. That's why I was saying, like, so they know, okay, he is, like, I saw him, like, he is able to roll his chair with his foot. Nobody knew that. He's able to roll the chair with his foot. He's able to get a hold to the railing when he needs to or wants to. And I've saw him stand up multiple times using that railing. He rolls to the wall and so I'm putting that all in there so when they go back and look at this report, like they said in this fall prevention thing, so they can make changes or do whatever they need to do with their plan of care. So that's why I was letting them know, like, he is able to move the chair. He is able to stand up. He is not as incapacitated as you all have, because we haven't assessed him yet. He's only been here for a couple days. So I was trying to give them sight of, this is what I'm seeing on my shift. I've been here 16 hours now. This is what I've seen him do. So when we do get the physicians back in here, we need to come up with some type of plan. We can't,
My question though is though.
so I was just putting it all.
You put something in there that was not true. You might have been trying to convey a point, but my point is where you wrote in here that, or you typed in here that, he grabbed the rail and tried to stand and his feet came out from under him and that's when he fell forward.
That's why I was saying the missing.
For documentation, is it? For what we saw, is that accurate documentation?
Well, I can say that it's not because of what you're seeing versus what I meant, and I know you don't know what I meant. So yes, from what you're visually seeing, I can say that.
So, okay, never mind. Questions?
Right, Mr. Mercier, any, follow-up based on the, board's line of questioning? We'll conclude the hearing and, I'm sorry, we'll begin now with closing statements, beginning with Ms. Austin. I'm sorry, Ms. Mercier, any other witnesses do you want to call?
No, I'm sorry, respondent rest.
You rest at this time already. Yes, now we'll begin with closing statements.
Thank you. Mrs. Nance was charged with violations of Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1C and 7315-29-1E in relation to her actions on February the 2nd, 2023, while she was working as a licensed RN at Dugan Memorial Home in West Point, Mississippi. Today, the counsel for the board has shown by clear and convincing evidence that her actions were inconsistent with the health and safety of the resident that was under her care at the time, that she practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of nursing. You've seen the surveillance coverage of the incident. Surveillance coverage does not lie. It's not disingenuous. It recreates the actual event over and over and over again. You heard evidence that this was a stroke victim that was admitted to this facility just 3 days earlier with diagnosis of stroke, trouble understanding speech impairment, swallowing disorders. You heard testimony that Mrs. Nance had attempted to feed this resident, but his food ended up on the floor, and she attempted to clean him up. You read in her statement that she got towels to clean the food off the resident. She testified today those towels were white. You see on the video there's a white object in front of the wheelchair, but she's testified today that it was paper. You heard testimony that Mrs. Nance's statement to the Board of Nursing stated that this resident could not ambulate. Yet you also heard testimony and review documentation that she entered in both the progress notes on this patient and the incident report that this resident grabbed the railing and attempted to stand, but was too weak, losing his footing, resulting in his fall. That's not what the video showed, though. There was no railing nearby that this resident could have grabbed in this coverage. This resident was facing a common area. That's what the video showed us. You heard evidence and review documentation that upon admission to this facility, a fall risk assessment was completed on this particular residence, and he was deemed to be high risk of a fall with a score of 55. Less than 10 minutes later, after this fall, you've heard testimony that Mrs. Nance completed a fall risk assessment on 2/2, and that she listed the resident as having no prior history of falls on that assessment, even though just 10 minutes earlier, she witnessed this resident fall out of his wheelchair. This resulted in the resident's record showing a moderate risk fall, a score of 35, much lower than his admission score just 3 days earlier. And after she admittedly in her statement admits to having knowledge of another fall just 2 days prior. What does this tell you? This nurse knew that this resident was a fall risk. She had personal knowledge that he was a fall risk. Let's discuss documentation. Did Mrs. Nance document the 2/2 fall the way it actually happened? No. How do we know that? Surveillance. Prior to her own statement, she pushed the wheelchair. Per her own statement, she admits this. She admits in her statement there was resistance in that wheelchair. She admitted in her testimony today that that resident was already leaning forward. The resident slams his head against the floor. A loud noise is how she describes it in her statement to the board. But for the surveillance coverage, if we just had those progress notes, what would the panel think happened? You probably assumed that she had charted truthfully. But we know from watching the video and from reading her documentation today that she did not accurately record what took place on 2/2. The evidence today has clearly shown that her actions were inconsistent with the health and safety of the resident under her care. Sure, this resident was fortunate. He only had a head abrasion and thankfully no brain bleed. But we all know this story could have been so very much different. Did she practice nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice? Absolutely. Was she untruthful in her charting? Did she edit the fall risk assessment to reflect a lower score after witnessing the fall? Yes. I'd ask you today to look at this video over and over again, slow it down, watch it again and again, and compare that video to the documentation that's in this record. Inconsistencies abound today in her testimony and in the documentation in that record. Did accidents happen? Of course. Should the resident here have slammed his head into the floor? Absolutely not. This resident suffered harm that he should not have had to suffer. He was a stroke victim. He was vulnerable. He was a high risk for a fall. She had knowledge of a prior fall. This resident needed skilled nursing care, and that is not what he received on February the 2nd, 2023. I would ask this panel to review the evidence in its entirety and impose discipline pursuant to the authority found in 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to start with what's the law, which we all should be concerned with. We have facts and law making cases. According to section 73-15-31 of the Mississippi Code, it says upon receiving the sworn affidavit charging a licensee with an act which is ground for disciplinary action under this article, the executive director or designee of the board shall fix a time and place for hearing and shall cause a copy of the specific allegations and charges to be sent a certified mail or serve a personal service process together with notice of the time and place fixed for hearing. The complaint is Exhibit D5. The specific allegations that were served on Ms. Nance says, and I quote, "Respondent was employed as a nurse at Dugan Memorial Home in West Point, Mississippi. On or about February 2nd, 2023, video surveillance showed respondent pushed the foot pedal on resident A's wheelchair while resident A is already leaning forward in his wheelchair. Coverage then depicts respondent pushed the wheelchair forward, resulting in resident A falling to the floor and hitting his head against the ground. Respondent then pulls the wheelchair backwards over resident A's legs. After the fall, respondent did not immediately check on resident." Those are the specific allegations that she received from the nursing board's executive director to charge her under section 73-15-31. We already know that there's no credibility to the allegation that the respondent pushed the foot pedal on resident A's wheelchair. The investigator admitted that. We've had testimony about after the fall, why Ms. Nance didn't immediately jump on the floor within 2 seconds while she was asking for help and calling 911 while other people came to the aid of the resident. So those questions are answered factually. Ms. Saltzman, well, let me say, for that reason, these other allegations don't have a place in this matter. Allegations about charting, allegations about improper wheelchair movement, allegations about feeding the resident. Those don't belong here. They have not been alleged in this complaint. Ms. Nance has not been given any notice of these ambush allegations that occurred for the first time here. So any allegations like that should not be granted, should not be considered by now. Only what's in this complaint is all that should be considered and all that the panel by law can consider for disciplinary proceedings according to section 73-15-31. So the complaint is insufficient, is improper factual basis stated in there. There's absolutely nothing in the video to support these allegations. Is there inconsistency between what was said and what we see in the video? There's some, but it has nothing to do with the standard of care. As a matter of fact, you haven't heard any standard of care testimony or evidence today. There's been none. But Ms. Saltzman wants to argue the violation of a standard of care. There's been none, no evidence whatsoever of a standard of care. You heard the investigator say that she didn't receive a plan of care regarding this resident. You heard Ms. Nance testify she never saw a plan of care regarding this resident. You heard the investigator say, well, you can't restrain a resident or patient without a doctor's order. You heard her say that she didn't see a doctor's order calling for a restraint. The same thing you heard from Ms. Nance. This is a non-restraint facility. They do not restrain the residents. You also heard that the investigator, Ms. Jones, say that according to the own documentation from the facility, if this is a serious injury, it would have been reported up the line, but it wasn't. So it's an accident, it wasn't a serious injury. Falls occur, they do. Sometimes they occur without the fault of anyone. Y'all, the medical professionals, you know that. Sometimes falls occur and they are preventable. There's a difference between a fall occurring because someone violated a standard of care and situation where there was an accident that occurred. Here, this was an accident that occurred. You saw the video. Ms. Saltzman invites you to watch it 100 times. Yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't match up with the allegations in the complaint. It does not. So, for those reasons, without any more evidence and without any better pleading, complaint and notice to Ms. Nance. There's no proof there. No proof of the allegations in the complaint. Not these made-up allegations while we're here about charting and so forth. That's not in the complaint. There's the Moore Law. The statute right before the one I quoted earlier, section 73-15-29. This is really, really important. The board shall have the power. This is where the board gets its power to revoke, suspend, or refuse to renew any license issued by the board, or to revoke or suspend any privilege to practice, or to deny an application for a license, or to fine, place on probation, and or discipline a licensee in any manner specified in this article upon proof that such person, and the ones that were cited here were 73-29, 1C and 1E. 1C says, has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. That's C. E, has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Let me start backwards with E. There's been no evidence of those standards here. None. No evidence in the record. This case gets, there's just no evidence. The board staff had the opportunity to call witnesses, including people who could testify to the standard of care. They didn't. It's not my client's burden to come in here and prove her innocence. The burden of proof is on the accusing party, the board staff. They're the ones responsible for bringing the proof forward. They didn't do it. Under C, negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. What we see is what the facility complained about was not the way that she was pushing the wheelchair. They complained about her reaction, which in the video, you can't hear, you can't understand what's happening. You have to have an explanation because no audio. And she explained exactly what she did. She explained what she was doing with her phone. There's nothing unreasonable about that. She was acting in the best interest and for the health and safety of this resident, not wanting to move him without making sure the right professionals were there, getting help anyway, so they don't harm the gentleman, calling medical professionals because there's none at this facility. It's not a hospital. It's a nursing home. She did what she said she's trained to do. That's not inconsistent with the health or safety of this resident. So for that reason, the charges should be dismissed. Thank you.
This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0113 involving the licensee, Ms. Latrice Nance.
That motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, I will now entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with this decision I will now announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0113 involving the licensee, Ms. Latrice Nance, license number R-919845, related to charge 1. The board found that that there was insufficient evidence presented at the hearing to find the licensee guilty of charge 1. And so the board voted to find the licensee not guilty of charge 1. The vote passed with a 2-1. 2 in favor of not guilty, 1 guilty. As it relates to charge 2, the board found unanimously the licensee guilty of charge 2. The penalty imposed is a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, and 2 courses, one on a 2-hour course on documentation, a 2-hour board-approved course on documentation, and also a 6-hour course named Legal Issues for Nursing Documentation. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision.